It's a particular pleasure and a privilege to have this opportunity to moderate the panel gathering such respectable panelists with background in business and education. Today, we will have the opportunity to hear from Professor Boban Melovic from the Economics Faculty of Montenegro University, Professor Dejan Šoškić from the Economics Faculty from Belgrade, Mr. Milic, head of Casa del Mare Hotels, Claudiana Gorica from the University in Tirana, and Aron Evka Heder, team leader of the Austrian Development Agency in Kosovo. We know that nowadays many problems tend to be identified as part of the education processes, and many solutions are sought within the education process. When it comes to the mismatch between the education system and the labor market, there are several issues that in theoretical discussions and in our informal discussions in the society we discuss. For example, the need for universities to respond to some needs of the society and needs of the labor market. On the other hand, the concept, the paradigm of education goes beyond such meeting of societal needs, as education, and in particular universities, need to serve as leaders to review values, to lead research and development and other segments. If we start from that point of meeting societal needs, then that brings us to what we heard yesterday about some business representatives, that business is interested in having results within the time frame of 5 years. Can education focus only on what's needed for the coming 5 years? Can we offer them knowledge and skills and values that will make young people employable over a period of 5 years? Or do we need to instill something that will enable their personal and professional development over the coming 40 years? I believe that the panelists will respond to these issues, and I believe that we can all agree to hear first from Evka. Evka knows the region very well. She has managed a number of projects mainly related to competencies. One of them earned a top place among projects related to entrepreneurship. So what can you tell us about this mismatch? Thank you for the opportunity to talk at this panel. Let me thank the Chamber of Economy of Montenegro for the invitation and for the friendship and cooperation spanning decades. When it comes to this mismatch or match between the world of economy and the world of education, it's not binary, it's not 0-1. It's more of a dance. Sometimes that dance is rock and roll, sometimes it's heavy metal, sometimes it's a waltz, depending on the rhythm of change. We know that change is the only constant thing. And in this transition, we are stunned by the pace of change that's even accelerating. So we may be afraid of this acceleration. I'm 57. Throughout my life, I've been hearing about transition and education reform. So in spite of that, I stayed the same. So when it comes to the mismatch between education and labor market, we need to know that it is something like a pendulum. At this point, we have technology 4.0 that may be giving us instruments to keep a better track of the trajectory of that pendulum. I would like to share the experience of a project that we are implementing in Kosovo in line with the European document on development of European industry by 2030. It clearly says, let's make use of all available resources for the sake of informed decisions. So digitalization enables us to collect maximum data for the purpose of informed decision making. That's what we've implemented in Kosovo, which has the youngest population in Europe. The principles of smart management or smart guidance of education system says the vision scenario in this European document, European Industry by 2030, advises smart application. So we asked ourselves, what are we interested in here? When you have a cook focusing on making lunch, the cook does not consider the global picture, but the number of people who will be there for lunch. So we developed something we called Kosovo Labor Market Barometer, where we interconnected and provided interoperability of a number of different databases. Right now, we are interested not just in what kind of degrees students get, but where they proceed after, where they end up after university. And interoperability gives us the real-time situation. Then we asked ourselves, in order to make informed decisions, we need to keep track of what's happening and what's happening in production in manufacturing industries. So then we developed a VET barometer where we track the skills, the qualifications, tendencies, and how we can make them match the developments in the labor market. In all analysis, there are skills forecasts for the future, but we need to be aware of the situation in our small economies. Global forecasts do not fully match our needs, so that together with the Chamber of Economy of Kosovo, we developed another instrument, Kosovo Skills Barometer. And Kosovo business sector told us, help us fine-tune the breakdown, the makeup of skills that would correspond with our labor market. If you consider the business sector in Kosovo, 95% of them are micro and small enterprises. So that we developed the skills barometer, which really gives the business world an instrument that will detect the sentiment and the information coming from the business sector, and then that information will be used for the purpose of the education system. We developed and connected all this with another instrument. We need to know that schools and universities need to be beacons of development, and therefore cannot just follow, but also need to lead. So we put into practice the triple helix model with 3 founders: University of Pristina, the city of Pristina, which seeks to embark on transformation towards becoming a smart city, and the Kosovo Chamber, which supports this triple helix system. We've learned there can be no binary response, balance or imbalance, but in developing these instruments, we are trying to learn to dance regardless of the tune. It may be rock and roll, heavy metal, or waltz, but we want to consolidate forces for the sake of the development of the society.
We cannot hear the speaker. She is not too close to the microphone. We're still not hearing the speaker. Can we identify dual education as one of the responses concerning the harmonization between the education system and the business sector, and what are those challenges that we are facing? First of all, dear colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, allow me to greet you all and to thank you. To thank the organizers, the Chamber of Economy, for inviting me and the opportunity to be one of the participants of today's panel. The motivation for potential implementation of this model of dual high-level education, which you're mentioning, and in fact, and the response to your question, lies somehow in the topic of today's panel, namely the mismatch between the education system and the labor market is one of the serious threats for the development and growth of any economy, and especially when it comes to smaller economies like Montenegrin one. This problem actually leads to the mismatch between the offer of labor and demand for labor, and in that mismatch, in fact, you create an inadequate use of the main factor or manufacturing factor, which is related to human potential. And this mismatch between the offer and demand, or supply and demand, is in positive correlation with long-lasting unemployment. And this is kind of a problem that we have been facing in Montenegro. The situation which has served us for what we are about to mention today. Possibly many of us will ask ourselves what the reasons are, what the causes are for this mismatch. I would say that the causes could be looked into the education system, but also on the side of the economy. Special emphasis can be put on the education system, but we have to be aware that there have been big structural changes when it comes to Montenegrin economy within some period in the last 50 to 60 or even 70 years. So, for instance, if we go back to the 1950s, when we had dominant participation of agriculture in our domestic product, then there was a period of industrialization or mass share of industry in the period of socialism. And then we had de-industrialization and disintegration of big business system within some transition system. And in the end, everything ended up in a service-oriented economy, which is the feature of our economy today. Now, what has this led to when it comes to the relation between the education system and the labor market? Namely, new knowledge has to be developed. There is a cessation of the need for some skills which were needed in the past, and there was an imperative need for long life learning, which we in Montenegro were more or less aware of depending on a certain period of time. If we ask ourselves what perception has been developed by employers, then we might start from this mere effect of mismatch between the education system and labor market is quite broad. This mismatch, the notion of mismatch can be perceived through different forms, and you can see here, no matter whether we are speaking about the vertical or horizontal mismatch, is it a kind of a bigger or lower level of qualifications or overskilling? smaller or greater amount of skills, the degrees, the outdated knowledge. In fact, the research which the Union of Employers carried out with the colleagues from the economic faculty and referring to international sources confirmed the existence of different forms of mismatches in the labor market. What the situation are we in now? We are in a situation where a kind of a perception has been created from the angle of average employer or business operator in Montenegro, so that very often behind a degree, a university degree, there is no adequate knowledge. In other words, imperative or duty was created, like to create these conditions, and this is supported by the report of the European Commission, which in the program for the economic reforms for 2021 and 2022 exactly emphasized the importance of the improvement of university level education. And with this in mind, there are numerous ways or modalities how to resolve this. I'm certain that the question stemming from this is how to do it within the existing framework. One of the ways, first of all, is better formulation or better definition of existing learning outcomes within the curricula being offered within the study programs in Montenegro, and also strengthening the concept of practical training. The law on higher education in Montenegro envisaged 25% of the possibilities of the overall burden of students with practical training, but very often in reality this is considerably less, a lot less than 20%, especially at big mass with big faculties where it is difficult to implement this kind of training. And also there is a modality of important or radical improvement of the condition in this area, in fact, is adopting the system of dual higher education. In other words, without a need to invent the wheel. In fact, we just had to see what developed countries are doing in this respect. In this spaces, on these grounds, we have created this project, the idea actually being implemented with amongst others, with the Chamber of Economy of Montenegro, project related to strengthening the capacities for the implementation of dual higher education, dual MON project. To tell you in a few words what dual education is, in fact, this is a model of developing curricula at the higher education institutions, which, besides the fact that the student adopts theoretical knowledge and it's their application in real environment, which is learning by working. In this way, the students are actually trained to develop their skills defined on the basis of their learning outcomes. In other words, they are prepared better for the future labor market. And the objectives of this project, which we have started with, is to create conditions in Montenegro to be able to implement such a model with the purpose of increasing the employment rate of the graduate students in Montenegro, in order to increase their motivation to study by acquiring practical skills, and finally to enable the access to higher education to those candidates, those pupils coming from the families, low-income families. The practice of developed countries has proved that dual higher education, in fact, enables the acquisition of relevant knowledge and skills by combining formal education with the on-job training. The condition to implement this, that there is a legal framework, which we still lack. And this is one of the objectives which has been set before us. When we talk about the experience or people whom we learn from or whom we work with, I would say that the project was developed as a product of an analysis, rather benchmarking analysis of those countries which have adopted such concepts and which have been implementing this concept very successfully. And in that sense, we have Austria, Slovenia, and Serbia being our partners, especially when it comes to Austria and Slovenia, two universities which for 10 years now have been implementing this concept. In the formal sense, when it comes to Montenegro, the University of Montenegro is the leader of this project, and the Faculty of Economy is in charge of actually implementing this project. The idea was to spread this idea, so besides the Faculty of Economy, we also included the School of Electrical Engineering, the Maritime Industry, Maritime Faculty, and the Hotel Management Faculty. We also have the Ministry of Education on board. That is to implement the legislative reforms, the Agency for the Control and Securing the Quality of Higher Education, then also the Chamber of Economy, which I have already mentioned. And to start with, we also have some 5 respectable companies on board which connect these 4 faculties: Volley Trade Company, Montenegrin Telecom, Montenegro Hotels Groupation, this hotel actually where we are now, also the IT company, and the Montenegrin Maritime Agency or Company. After some meetings that we held in July with the business operators, we could see that the demand is a lot greater. And the School of Economy during September and October, after the summer break, we signed 6 new agreements for participation. 2 banks at Addiko and CKB Bank, Neregalia, and a software company. This is a good opportunity to invite all those employers, business operators who took part in this conference these days and who might see potential interest. They're all welcome, and there is no restriction. And also, I would like to send a message or invitation to my colleagues from other higher level, higher education institutions to continuously work on the implementation of this idea. I think this will be enough for the introductory part. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I think that you stated 2 important things when it comes to higher education in Montenegro. Let me share my personal experience. The University of Donja Gorica signed an agreement on long-term cooperation with Arizona State University. And I would welcome your first point of the business sector and labor market being able to provide valuable inputs for education. And secondly, you mentioned also the issue of social inclusion and the issue of whether families are capable of funding their children's education. In Arizona, they established cooperation with Starbucks company because Starbucks used to have problem with staff mobility, with staff turnover, and then they also saw that their employees would value an opportunity to attend some education courses. So they provided these employees with different social background with opportunities to engage in different modes of lifelong learning and further education. And they paid particular attention to the young people who were the first ones from their families to engage in university education. Mr. Milic, you are here to represent the business, the labor market. Can you present your expectations in this regard? You have been a business person for the past 13, 14 years, running your companies and also demonstrating corporate social responsibility. What are your expectations from young prospective employees? do these have to do only with professional skills or also with some soft skills, culture that we bring with us? We all witness fast-paced changes. How do you see the readiness of the business sector to get involved in the education process and invest in further training or lifelong learning programs? Good day to all. And let me thank you on behalf of the Casa del Mare team for the opportunity to be here today. I will try to speak on behalf of the tourism industry and present what we are doing and the way we see the issues at hand. Thank you also for the introductory remarks. Given my age and the average age of my team members, I think we would prefer to think of the initial 13 or 14 years because we aspire to grow, to expand our brand and to export our expertise in hotel industry. My wife and myself started with our first hotel, and we started by picking the employees whom we thought to be close to our attitudes, our view of client service, and our desire to exceed expectations. Initially, we relied on our own hints and on our hunch, and we prioritized the social values that these young people got instilled in their families. And we were learning about the workings of the hotel industry, and we were willing to keep learning with them and to keep growing with them. So, in retrospect, I can say that that was one of the key features of our success. That enabled our position, the position that we have today. So we kept growing and developing. In 2014, we started the group for small hotel management, and we kept track of the evolving needs in our small team. We also tried to communicate the same set of values further to our core team and then to the line staff, those working directly with our customers. Casa del Mare now gathers 5 boutique hotels in the Bay of Kotor with a tendency to expand and manage hotels in Kolashin and Budva. We also have 2 preliminary contracts for some hotels on the Croatian coast. So we were constantly aware of our vision And we also realized the need to formalize many of the things that we kept informal based on our hunch. So I would also like to mention the EBRD-supported project that we used over the past 2 years. So we managed to improve, in particular, our HR aspect. HR is important in all industries, but in our industry, the final product depends highly on the individual, on the human resources. So we are interested in tracking our talents and formalizing the training scheme, the standards, the procedures. And perhaps the most difficult thing, we also want to keep the kind of sentiment that we have and the Casa feeling that we cherish, and that we also need to keep within when it comes to our team members. So if we consider the problems in the labor market, I would say that hotel industry representatives have been investing a lot in HR recently, providing in-house training and external training programs. For example, in our company, we seek to improve the quality of the service we provide. But just as anything else in life, and it seems to me that this is a feature of big systems, and I wouldn't want that to happen to our company. As you grow, the training events, in-house and external ones, tend to just be for the sake of form. So I'm trying to prevent that from happening. I also want our participants to show some emotion, some sentiment, because I think that's necessary. Just as we heard from Efka earlier, it seems to be a dance, especially so in the hotel industry and in the wake of the pandemic. In the country such as Montenegro with high seasonality, where we had a standstill over a period of 12 months approximately, now the new generations have new needs and new requirements, so we need to find a way to accommodate them to sustain the product and to sustain a top quality service.
Thank you very much. I'm glad about this information for the contract for managing hotels in Croatia. One of the conclusions with yesterday's panel was that we are to export knowledge, and you are a proof that we can do it, irrespective of the fact that with some other natural resources we do not actually have at our disposal. Professor Šoškić now. You come from the economic faculty from Belgrade. By the nature of things, biggest responsibility for the cooperation with the labor market, it is exactly schools of economics that are actually being delegating to, no matter what university we're talking about. When it comes to economy as the area, what do you think? To what extent we are to innovate the programs, to harmonize them with the labor market demands, and to what extent there is fundamental knowledge that we need to maintain in order for young people to really be able to adapt himself or herself to the new environment. Thank you very much for this easy and inspirational question. It is difficult to assess which jobs will exist in the future. And this game between the education system and labor market, and I completely understand it, is such that on one side, education system needs to offer high quality knowledge with applicable knowledge, with logic, that it is impossible to create a competitive economy with the people having no competitive knowledge. So this is one aspect. Another aspect is whether system education can lead a national economy in certain direction, because it is not enough only to respond to the existing demands coming from employers, but also to anticipate what the direction is that a society would like to develop itself. So it's not only the schools of economics, but the overall education system, in fact, has a great responsibility as to where in the international labor market division certain economy will find its place in. Of course, it will be easy if we were to know how technological progress will proceed in the future, what the problems of the humanity will be, what kind of jobs will be created, which jobs will disappear, and so on. Since we do not know that, what we can do, however, is within the existing context to provide for our students, not only high-level students, but also at every level of education, actually, starting from the preschool, elementary school, secondary schools, up to master studies and doctoral studies. We need to strive to have high-quality knowledge, competitive knowledge, and applicable knowledge. By chance, I had the opportunity to work not only at the university in Belgrade, but at some other universities in the United States also. I was lecturing for some time, the regular and post-graduate studies also in Italy, university in Vienna, also sitting at doctoral boards in Spain, Sorbonne and Stockholm. So my experience, so to say, comparing it with what we do and what is our standard in the region and what I saw elsewhere, and not a single lesson could I finish abroad without giving specific problem to a student that they need to resolve, not in a way that you simply not force students to look at some formulas or not to have access to materials, but on the contrary, to have the access to every possible material for them to be able to resolve. So applicable knowledge is very important. Another important thing is whether we are capable of creating high quality levels of education. One aspect of it is there are degrees very often from private sector which might not correspond to some standard of knowledge that they should have, but there are also similar things in the state sector. So whether the level of knowledge is adequate is one thing, and another important aspect is if you like to develop any kind of profession, this is very important that there is at the highest level doctoral courses able to develop, to create doctors of science coming out of the system of education, which is comparable to doctors of science coming from the universities in the United States, Japan, Western Europe, China, and so on. Why I'm saying is because this is what the future of profession dictates. We in the area of economics have an example, for instance, some 30 years back in Czech Republic. They created a doctoral course from the area of finance and economy. Carlos University, in cooperation with the Science Academy and so on, they completely changed, and I had the pleasure to participate in an annual conference of their young economists. So the level of papers is at the level of the highest universal standards, and the profession has changed a significant number. I mean, there is a critical competency mass which then spills over into the Ministry of Finance, Economy, the Central Bank, and then this generates a potential which brings with itself the structure of investments. So according to my opinion, education system has not only to achieve global standards, which we have not done yet, it has to rely on a social determination, where we are, what we want to do in the future. Do we want to build society built on founded on knowledge? Do we want to follow the example of Finland, South Korea, Singapore, Israel, the countries which within several decades completely changed the profile of their economies, and from the status of perhaps countries of the second or third world came to the status of the countries which are now technological leaders. This is not an easy or quick path, but there has to be a determination that the main development lever of the economy is knowledge. Capital is something which sometimes was limiting or not. Now capital will go there where there is knowledge, good infrastructure, organized system, education process. In that sense, according to me, is of crucial importance. So I believe that the way in which the region has to look at the future, first of all, is based on where we are to put the education system in a general scale of social values. Is this what has been understood as a development lever? Do we access to education as a process where we formally acquire some degree, or process where we acquire a competitive advantage in the labor market? Personally, I think parents and students have to know that, but also society in general has to affirm the knowledge. I mean, applicable, competitive knowledge. According to me, these are the lines of development which countries like ours, countries in the region, within a short or long term, have to go, that in the global labor market division they can take part in, and to create their GDP in the areas where the biggest possible value is created, and then which is reflected onto the standard of living. I think it is not possible to make a rich society if you lack high quality knowledge. Depends. Those that are exceptions are some very rich countries by natural resources, like Norway, where society based on knowledge is a key one for general social development. And I think that the entire region actually, simply starting with the political elites to broader social actors, should be working along those lines and to affirm high quality education. This is one thing which will directly influence which kind of investors we will receive, but also which local investors are created, whether our companies are such where we have jobs which are locally profitable with low level of expertise and with low level of activities, or do we create business operators or economy which is capable of generating European and global brands with high level of values, which according to me is one of the crucial social question, within the essence of which is education and how we approach it. Thank you.
Thank you. Let me elaborate on the 2 points that you made. I need to comment on the relation between private and public education. To my knowledge, some of the biggest problems with education certificates in Serbia had to do with public rather than private universities, the School of Medicine in Kragujevac. So I believe individual universities tend to be more or less responsible in that regard. And I agree with you. We have responsible education that meets some of the societal needs, and we also have the responsibility of the education system with regard to questioning the underlying platform, questioning the societal values and the overall development context. And you said the society must decide or universities must take on the leadership role. How do you see that happening? I would say that just as usual, you need to have some willingness articulated in the course of political elections in the society. If you do not promote values related to education, if you see education as something that does not have fundamental importance for career development and talent development, if education is not accessible to some social categories, and you mentioned this earlier, I believe that education falls among the group of fundamental human rights. And I really appreciate countries that are willing to fund education, to provide free of charge education to all those eligible for top schools. In Finland, they have master courses that are free of charge for international students, because in Finland they believe that knowledge and education is one of fundamental human rights. Educational institutions need to have as foundation for their reputation the success of their graduates. So people need to be aware that they are engaging in a university course to acquire knowledge, not because of their status or family ambitions. But we also need to communicate that education needs to be adaptable, that it has to be a lifelong process, that you're not done at the age of 23 when you've made your family happy by earning a degree. And in that context, education reform should be implemented in such a way that bachelor courses are simplified, but then further courses, master courses, are diversified and match the needs of the labor market and the pace of economic development. I agree, this is not an easy step, and we need debates such as this one devoted to this issue. In this part of Europe, we do not see education as a critical thing for the future of the nation, meaning the state. And the position of that state in the international arena. There's the famous analysis of the development of Singapore following colonialism, and analysis of some African countries that show how Singapore, over a period of 50 years, made significant difference by focusing on education. I also touched upon the investments that we want to have, the kind of economic growth that we want to have in place. Do we want the economic growth that provides jobs for unskilled labor? Or do we want to attract domestic and foreign investments that will generate high-paid jobs, so that our people do not need to leave to Canada, Australia, or the US, but can get such jobs here? Because if you consider the big picture, it's about GDP growth that then leads to further categories of development. It seems to me that conferences of this kind, debates of this kind on the path for education should take into account not just the need for more funding for education, research and development. It's also about the way you use those funds. We need to reorganize within the public sector, but private universities need to focus on more than just profits. They need to focus on the output as well. The labor market may choose to respond to that. There may not be sufficient jobs for some university graduates, but we need to make sure that there is a high standard applied throughout our education system. Thank you. It's really great that one of your conclusions echoes the conclusions of yesterday's panels. We heard from Professor Jucic yesterday that our development depends on our willingness to develop, on our own desire to develop and to make it knowledge-based. Before I organize the second round, I would like to check for any questions from the floor at this point. Yes, several questions. My name is Nevena Šakotić. In relation to the mismatch between education and labor market, I expected you to touch upon another issue, which is the level of education of business owners. I earned my education. I used to work during socialist times in a company that was visionary at the time and would be visionary still if it existed. I worked at Montex and I used to work for its international branches in Italy and elsewhere. And then there was war and sanctions, and I needed to switch to a completely different way of work in a different company. And at the time, I had a meeting with one of the major trade companies in the country. I was a single mother. I did not have much choice. So I decided to work for the business owner who could not use cursive of Latin alphabet at the time. So there was a mismatch between my level of education and the labor market, in the sense that I was overqualified, overeducated, too hardworking. I would like to hear your comment.
Yes, I would like to say we heard some experience of yours, not only the question. To make the whole thing more amusing and to reduce the pressure from higher education, a student enrolls at the age of 18 at the university, and then he's already a personality with his own or her own system of values. Can we then add the faculty to change this system of values within 3, 4 or 5 years? And how then to transfer? And when this match or harmonization starts? Is it at the kindergarten, in family, with parents? Okay, Efka would like to take the floor to respond. Thank you very much for this question, and allow me to distance myself a bit from the higher education. The needs of the economy in this moment, mostly are for the qualifications 3, 4, and 5. Those are the levels that come out from the vocational schools. The needs are for the change, the qualifications of a broader circle. The outcomes. I mean, we have a problem with the enrolling the pupils or students in the vocational schools. Why? Well, because this is perceived as a second-level opportunity. Let's ask ourselves a question. How many of us got married with the first girl or boy that you kissed for the first time in the kindergarten? Very few of you. So let's make a shift from this second level kind of thinking. Let's focus on the selection, the choice, the second level choice. But what it means, a choice? The choice means, or selection means, commitment. We are committed to something. Let's turn this story upside down. That the vocational education should not be the one that is perceived as coming from the second level, but let's approach it differently. There is nothing bad in any kind of selection. The selection is important. Selection means being dedicated and committed to profession, knowledge, and values. When we speak about professional, vocational schools, let's say something else. Let's distance ourselves from the mantra. You all have those different social networks and smartphones. Why then all of a sudden you forbid these devices once you come to schools? Let's make a transition towards involving technology in classrooms. 3.0, 4.0, with the broadened reality in vocational school. Let's raise the attractiveness of these schools. There are beacons of accessibility to new technologies, and then we will get committed young people. I mean, we are saying the future in our school is today. This is our future. They are our future, but their present. They live in their present time. Let them live in by creating a broadest possible spectrum for their future. When we speak about new world transition towards Industry 4.0, I somehow do not like this word reform. It's like when you say I'm constantly on a diet. I've been on a diet all my life and never transformed myself. Let's speak about revolution, because if we evolve as a society, then the society goes according to the evolution. Let's say universities are great, but you should not be dinosaurs have been entrenched there. You should be beacons of knowledge. The ones who push for change in vocational schools, in elementary schools, in secondary, in gymnasia. You should be the ones who will be the first to say the changes have to happen in managing schools, in instruction in schools, in accessibility to technologies. The world goes towards a 4.0 transition, and they say the following: we, in a future time, I, FK Heather, my identity is not anymore born on this year, black eye, dark hair, and so on. My identity in digitally sustained society becomes my competency passport. So what am I? What knowledge am I? And how can I prove that I know these things? What is this quality I have with me? So this transfer, you all heard of trends toward microcredits. Microcredits, in fact, microloans. I mean, we are like a Lego puzzle, and microcredits become points of quality of some competency, abilities, opportunities that we actually put on our board. And what the professor said, actually, we're not speaking anymore what the economy needs from education, but where we as a society want to go. And we go back towards the key values that people bring with themselves, are created at a very young age. And something which is beyond any doubt, with all traditions that we are familiar with. If we want to be a society oriented towards forward-oriented and towards the future, all surveys show that we need to raise the level of entrepreneurial culture, not only towards the problem-oriented culture, but entrepreneurship as a key competencies introduces as of the day one of the education, which contributes, amongst other things, to a process which is painful. When it is mentioned, we all get frozen. It is a fight against corruption. According to the recommendations of the Council of Europe and Greco, in the long-term sense or mid-term period, fight against corruption is introducing culture and literacy in entrepreneurial sphere, and long-term literacy, which brings us towards socially responsible economic behavior in the activities that we perform, so that in the end, all this is very simple. Let's not reform ourselves. Let's grow or evolve according to some harmonized dance, those from the economy and those from the education. Dinosaurs are hard to move, but a good dancer can do it in very well in our reformed world. So the key thing is a digital competence, a green competence which is competent. So these are key values which we are to add to our education system. I would like very briefly to follow up on this from the aspect of the vocational schools, and generally to say that in the hotel industry this is a big problem and particularly painful area. And as a parent of two elementary school pupils, and definitely we need to be realistic and to say that the secondary vocational schools are enrolled by children because of they were bad students, bad pupils in elementary schools. This is a pity. A couple of years ago, I attended a meeting in Istria where there was a master class organized. I'm speaking now about the gastronomic sphere, where they brought some restaurant managers having Michelin stars, and there were more than 400 people there, of whom more than half were from secondary or higher gastronomic schools. Such programs are very good programs, and in this way we can push our children there, because this is their future. Because if they approach this looking at it as an opportunity, their desire for studying and developing will become greater. On the other hand, as a parent, unfortunately, at the parental meetings in schools, when I listen to parents who somehow speak about their children, it seems to me that they somehow want to correct what they failed to do in their lives through their children. And I know when I speak about this, my aim is for my children to develop their skills and capacities to the extent possible, and where they see themselves. On the other hand, I can see some parents who follow their children's education in every single step, in every single lesson. But I think we should somehow teach them how to study and to find themselves, to find their qualities, and to direct them towards that future. So this is a current problem in this mismatch. And I think we should start from the elementary schools and also secondary schools also. And from my personal feeling as a sportsman, I think this segment is well neglected in our elementary schools, and we need to develop team spirit amongst our children, which is very important even later on in life. In our lives, I'm grateful for being a sportsman, because this somehow built myself in this team spirit. And also whenever you lose a game, you need to stand up and continue further. So these are the things which you develop through the concept of children's development. Yes, we have been talking a lot about this value system in the society and the lines of development of society, but again, on the other hand, we should not abolish the fact or neglect the fact that education has a very important role in creating value system. It is true, the family is the platform, everything is true, but beyond any doubt, education has a very significant role, and the value system that the education system promotes, irrespective of it. Is it the education at the primary level or secondary level or higher education? When you speak about the vocational education, we will go back to the notion that the structure of economy we wish to develop. Vocational education, generally speaking, according to the most recent OECD report, about the competitiveness, they identify it as an element which has had considerable progress concerning the entire Western Balkans, but still not sufficient. When we talk about the general vocational schools, there is still a room for improvement. Do we have any more questions from the audience? Let's see where the mic is. Valentina Tassova, one of the biggest IT centers in Southeast Europe, office in Skopje and Belgrade. I would like to ask you, where do you put informal education in this context between the formal education and labor market? And do you think that the informal education can also impact the improvement of the entire system and improve and results and the needs of the economy and business sector? Okay, the role about the informal education.
Thank you for this question. There's a growing need for informal education. And this comes due to the fact that we live fast-paced lives, and those lives require quick decisions. And with frequent changes, new knowledge gets generated. We've heard about different levels of education, from preschool, primary to secondary, and at those levels we started with some practical competencies, but today we focused on higher education, which lagged behind, in particular in the context of informal education. The advanced universities tend to provide modules intended not just for their full-time students, but as lifelong education programs for anyone coming from the labor market. I studied together with Ms. Drakic, president of the Montenegrin Chamber of Economy, and at the time there was nothing on digital marketing. And now studies show that employers want digital marketing specialists, engineers, tax advisors. Those are the professions that are in demand in our labor market. So it's a way to address the need, the demand, and it's also a form of lifelong learning, and it is connected to the dual learning that I mentioned earlier. So it's a triangle where we have the student, the university, and the employer. And we organized this recent study where we asked the employers in the country about their needs. We had a significant number of respondents, and we could even give you the detailed breakdown of the companies that responded to the survey. Micro, small, medium-sized and large companies were covered. And we saw that out of the total number of employees, 50% had university degrees. And what about their desire to acquire further training and education? There was a high share that had some contact, some cooperation with some higher education institution, and 66% out of those companies had a formal agreement signed with some educational institution. So using a 1 to 5 scale, they assigned a lot of importance. The score was 4.61 to the importance of vocational education in the context of their HR policy. Out of the number of companies that included Volley retail chain, VSD company, the National Electric Power Company, 2/3 of those companies thought that they had sufficient capacities to organize mentoring schemes for students, for formal and informal education programs. Some stated that they had no such capacities, and some stated that they did not have the capacities at the time but could develop them going forward. Some 40% of companies said that they could accept 1 to 2 persons per year, students or secondary school students. 1/3 of those companies could take in 3 to 9 students. Less than 10% were ready to accept 20 or more students during the year. There would be incentives attached, but we understand how complex it is to come up with an optimal solution. And searching for such a solution, we need to consider examples of good practice, and I could dwell on that time permitting. I mentioned earlier that we focused on Austria as a country that has an advanced system of secondary education and vet education. And in Austria, during the initial years, you don't have a big focus on practical competencies. But as you proceed from one grade to the next, there is a change in the share of practical competencies. For example, in Austria, in year 1, you get the fundamental theory, no practical competencies, but in the final year, the ratio is 50-50. In master courses, it tends to be 60-40, with practical competencies predominating. And as a result, they have high employability. So during these study visits, we heard from them that they had the incredible employment rate of up to 90% of the candidates completing these dual courses. We also know that we have the problem of the length of university studies, and this way they motivated students to complete their studies soon, and they managed also to cut the dropout rate. In particular, this is particularly important when you have free of charge university education that we have in Montenegro. So these are some of the challenges, these are some of the practices that we can learn from. Without major reforms, and I tend to agree with EFKA that transition should be shorter. For as long as I can remember, there's been mention of some sort of transition. But we don't need major transition. We need the dinosaur to wake up, just as you mentioned earlier. And that means we need to involve people from the business sector. We need to make sure that they review the curricula. In Austria, their business people sit in the panels for master theses or doctoral theses. And of course, all this calls for a legislative framework. But in economy, the vote is money. And in politics, the vote is raising of hands. Ultimately, it will be up to the hands raised in favor of some proposals in the parliament, and none of us have any sway over that. It will be the prerogative of the parliamentarians who will be deciding on these issues.
Da dodate? Nikad više informacija, nikad manje kritičnosti. Ono što bi...
We've never had more information and less criticism. I dare say that time has come again for the academia to have a strong voice again, to start contributing evidence and to employ its strengths of thought and intellectual power towards the creation of a vision that will take the society ahead. We all know that we have a very low rate of population growth. We have aging population. We all need to find a way for all the categories of the population to contribute to our joint future.
Professor Šaškić would like to add something about this informal forms of education, how much we, at what extent we need to turn to those in the forthcoming period. Well, thank you for this question. I have to admit, informal forms of education, in fact, are an integral part of the entire process of acquiring knowledge. As with the formal ones, you need to emphasize the quality. We forget some old times where people didn't go through formal education process. They managed to acquire important skills. And David Ricardo, one of the founder of the economic science, did not have any formal education. He studied by himself. But also the alternative forms of education institutions, which are not part of the university and so on, have, I would like to say, exceptional perspective, importance, and opportunity to contribute to the overall process of raising the level of knowledge in an economy. And I have to give an example. just by chance, recently something which had to be a master program, accredited one and so on in Belgrade, failed to acquire this accreditation. But none of the candidates withdrew, nor the employers who sent their people withdrew from it, because they saw what the program is, what they were studying there, what the outcomes, what they would learn there. Whether you have formal degree or not, this is sometimes a question of simplicity in communication as to what someone should know. But effective knowledge can be proved through references, through CVs, but mostly through showing, in fact, this knowledge, whether knowledge it was gained through a classical system or within an informal system. I think it is less important. You need to have it of a higher quality and applicable knowledge, and this is a kind of a useful element in the overall process of raising the level of education within a society. You have given me good food for thought, actually, what Professor Medjevic mentioned, and this legal framework, the different process of evaluation and licensing, which we are exposed to the extent, as you mentioned, this program sometimes is more the issue of a format rather than of the essence. We've talked with EFKA about this modular ways of teaching and offers by the universities concerning lifelong learning, and why would not this be part of a program which university would offer to broader community, whilst we need to set up everything to accredit this program until this process is completed. The question is if people in the economy need it because due to the speed of development they found some other solutions. So this regulatory framework, the platform, if you like, of the society, and the value one and the regulatory one is very important for the education to be able really to have the influence in society. We have a question for one or two questions perhaps from the audience. I think we have I think there is somebody in the second row. Danilo Bulatovic, student of Master Studies at the University Donja Gorica, and somebody who coordinates the youth organizations at the university, implementing a number of entrepreneurial ideas, developing the skills of young people. Thank you for these presentations. We heard very interesting things, especially to EFKA, who drew the attention to something which I think very important, cherishing these values in at the young age and the role of universities in cherishing these values. There is a danger if universities are to care about the specialization. There is a danger if they are to respond to current needs of the labor market. What would happen with those people who actually specialize for some jobs 20 years back? Where would they be in today's IT paradigm? Mr. Shoshkic also said that the main lever for developing economy today is knowledge, but I would then conclude that perhaps education system should not respond to the current needs of the labor market, if this is so, but instead we should focus on basic values that you have mentioned. And my question therefore would be, do you think, I mean, we used to have some visiting professors from the economy. I talked to one of them yesterday, and she's a director to one of the biggest companies in Montenegro, and she said that these companies very often are not aware of the personnel and their investment in such people. If we are to strive to achieve these values, I think the economy is a very important sector in this, and we would need to refer to developing these ties, because there are some examples in the West, very young age, they invest in their employed, trying to specialize them, focusing on students and the younger generation to be able to respond to their desires and needs for the future. So I would like to hear some comments on this. Thank you for this reflection and starting the issue of knowledge management as basic assets or resource. Yes, this is a problem, of course, and the trend in global companies and the one that comes towards us goes towards raising the awareness and bringing some postulates back. And this is that the institution, I mean, the institution memory is kept so that we do not lose competencies by the loss of employees. That smaller companies also create competency maps and inventory. If you know how much toilet paper we have, screws and tables, why do we allow this luxury to ourselves not to know what this competency inventory in a company is? We establish this company, we lead this company. How will we have any strength to grow if we do not know what this competence inventory is? Yes, within this paradigm of lifelong learning, you should not stop. This is something which goes throughout your life, where we become aware of this competency inventory, and this is our biggest force, this biggest power, and this is a trend nowadays for the development of any company. Are there any more questions? In case not, I'll give the floor back to my panelists, simply in one sentence to conclude what I have. And with special question for Mr. Milic, that we heard that we should organize the mentoring process, and you said you work a lot on strengthening this these ties, and how you assess the absorption capacity of the labor market and its ties with the practical training. So 1 minute each. Okay, I will allow myself one sentence. Entrepreneurs of the future are in our schools today. We should not kill this potential in them. This is what will be bringing our society forward. Thank you very much. Professor Milovic. Yes, I would say all of us who are involved in education, be it preschool up to higher education, we are all aware of a privilege, but also responsibility that has been given to us, or which this job brings. So in the time we live in, the teachers are expected more than ever, actually, to educate the students and pupils in accordance with the needs of the community, needs of the labor market, but also sometimes even more than that, to prepare them for different life situations. When we ask ourselves what education is, it is a nice relation between the teacher and the student. As Mendeleev would say, all the pride of a teacher is in a student, in the growth of the seed being planted. Or as our proverbs would say, it's not knowledge to know, but the knowledge is to give the knowledge. So all of us together, we can contribute to the improvement of the situation and condition in our education system, and eliminating what this word "no" or prefix "no" in the title of this panel. As regards the question, definitely the economy has to take part in the development of the staff and the personnel in Casa del Mare. We have continuously been working on this. We always have students, and we are very proud on the cooperation with the UDG, and there are interns coming to us, also students of the vocational school. We have quite a lot of candidates who actually stayed with us, and they are now regular employees in our team. As I said previously, we have programs to monitor the training and development of functional skills. As of this year, our HR sector communicating with my colleagues, I could hear that the employees, when they see that they need to improve their skills, they somehow feel free to communicate it with us, and we try to help them and to take part in the further development. So yes, definitely the business sector needs to bear a big part of all this we have been talking about thus far, and to continuously invest in human potential in order for the success of every company to be better and higher. As for the program you presented at the beginning, since the Faculty of Hotel Management and Tourism is there, I don't know, perhaps there might be some room for the development strategy for personnel in tourism industry, which I think we had until 2014, and we do not have it now, become part of the strategy for tourism, which accounts for 1/4 of the of our economy, and even more important, perhaps, thing is to implement it in the full capacity in the future. So this is a kind of suggestion for the School of Economics. Professor Šoškić, last but not least, Professor Šoškić, what would you like to say? Well, first of all, I believe that investing in knowledge is the best investment for individuals and for employers, for the society in general. And I think that teacher, professor, is one of the most responsible positions in a society, and I believe that society in general, the extent to which society in general accepts these views will actually depend on the future of society. And in the very end, with gratitude to the Chamber of Economy for organizing this conference and for the invitation to take part in this panel, I will end by saying that we should raise these topics at every possible occasion. Thank you very much for your attention.
Svaki proizvod je jedinstven, a svaki privrednik ima svoju priču.
Naši privrednici su naša snaga. Privredna komora je uz vas.
Snaga je u nama.
Pretpostavljam da 12:05, akademskih 4.
12:05, so we can start. You've had your coffees. Hello, my name is Radoje Cerović. I'm a psychologist, but seconded to digital transformation and change management. And my assumption is that I must have awful karma from my previous life, because throughout my career in Montenegro, I have been facing that wall where you know the situation, where you keep proposing something and the wall always says that has not come to life here still. So my idea is that for all of you interested in the area of digital transformation, the cultural norm that prescribes how we do things and that also allows us to postpone change, in particular digital change, is something that you are familiar with. In Montenegro, we have excellent examples and technological steps forward, and I had the honor of being part of some of them, but we also have some examples of major lagging behind. In today's panel, we will have the opportunity to discuss digital transformation as the very important transformation in the field of economy, but we will also have panelists who will present their own diverse perspectives, their takes on this issue. So the slogan says, "Dreamers who do," that's us. They have been around for the past 27 years. They deliver 10,000 IT courses a year. They are certified training providers for Microsoft, Amazon Web Services, Cisco, Autodesk, Adobe. The list is endless. It's a team of 200 people in Macedonia and in Belgrade. And the manager and majority owner is an electrical engineer with an MBA from Bled School of Management. She attended a specific mentorship program for women in the US. She has received awards from the Regional Cooperation Council, and in particular EBRD Award, Women Business Award, awarded in the region, covering more than 30 countries. So, ladies and gentlemen, I give you Valentina Tasseva. And how do I describe him? He's been in high tech for 30 years. He also has this destiny where he keeps explaining something to people who had never heard of the thing that he is presenting. He's into high-performance computing. So this is a cutting-edge area, a step ahead of what we think IT is about. And Arctur, the company involved in HPC, but also the whole package of blockchain, deep data, deep learning, artificial intelligence, all that's part of that package. He has an MSc in electronic engineering, and we are all now striving to find a balance, work-family balance, and he has so many hobbies. He's into so many things. His wife is a triathlon champion, so the whole family is like that. It's not about darts or bowling, it's triathlon. He is Tommy Our next panelist describes himself as a failed goalkeeper. He tried to enroll the university course in physical education but failed. Then he got interested in technology, and then he managed to delete $500,000 worth of inventory from his bank's records. Now he is part of the management team of a bank promoting fast and electronic banking. They provide the only mobile banking service in Montenegro, and this is the only bank that allows you to carry out Viber transactions, Viber payments. He is in charge of the bank's operations. The name of the bank is Addiko Bank. He plays pool in his free time, and his name is Miloš Miketić. Clearly, we wanted to have a diverse group of panelists in order to address a highly complex reality, which I believe is particularly complex in our region given some cultural constraints that may be present. Let me mention Hofstede Insight survey. It's a comparison of different cultures, and there one of the categories for comparison is uncertainty avoidance. Here in Montenegro, the region is ranked high, but Montenegro is the European champion of uncertainty avoidance. Lack of readiness or averse attitude to taking new risks, exploring new things. And one other category from this survey is about indulgence. To what extent your culture lets you think for yourself, and to what extent you need to fit in, from the way you dress to the way you think. Again, in the region, indulgence is really low, which means that cultures tend to be very restrictive. For a while, the score was very similar for Montenegro and Saudi Arabia. Now we have made some progress. So these are features that perhaps used to come in handy in history when you needed to secure survival. But now in the context of creativity, survival, startups, etc., such legacy is definitely not something to rely upon, not nowadays. Digital transformation of business processes is all around us and constantly evolving across different sectors, from public administration to SMEs to major corporations to city administrations with smart cities, etc. What do we need to know? How do we need to analyze and plan in order to facilitate the process and in order to secure the best possible results? If you could also share some examples, that would be great. The assumption is that you don't just go ahead without thinking about it. It would be useful to share your thinking around digital transformation before you embark on the actual process. Valentina? Thank you. First of all, let me thank you for the opportunity to be here today. I sincerely hope that your chamber president will help our chamber in Macedonia organize a similar event. Congratulations on the event and the selection of participants. Let me start from the slogan, Dreamers Who Do. Our dream was to undergo digital transformation. And when Corona emerged, digital transformation was inevitable. Now we are at a stage where coronavirus is not affecting business as much. And I think that all the lessons learned need to remain in place. If we've come up with ways of digital sale, digital marketing, digital work, and if we decide to go back to the way things used to be, then we will lose. Such companies will lose the know-how and all the other advantages. I did not originally plan to present this, but we had 5,000 participants in late 2019. We had 8,000 in late 2020. And I think that this year we will be having 10,000 participants or training courses. Without digital transformation, it wouldn't have been possible. Immediately after the coronavirus outbreak, we switched within 3 days. And yes, there are constraints always, but digital transformation, the virtual world, the internet has no constraints. You can do whatever you like. No borders, no politics, no political parties. Customers are domestic and international. So in that virtual world, by transforming our business, we get access to a limitless world. No, don't tell me there are no political parties. What do you mean by that? Just a joke. We did a survey, and I would like to share some information from this McKinsey survey. And 92% of global companies experienced some form of digital transformation during the corona outbreak. 30% of them decided to retain and to move forward. 7% got lost in digital transformation. So 26% managed to achieve what they intended to achieve. And these are even tech companies. So what can make things better? You need to have a decision, a strategy. Digital transformation is about change. So what do you want to change in your company? There needs to be a decision backed by a strategy. You can't go ahead and say, okay, we'll be changing things. You need a long-term strategy. Digital change, digital transformation is even more challenging in-house than any other change. You need to involve all the different departments. I would mention 4 key things. I'm not discussing sale or production, but I would mention 4 key departments. And we would all say the critical one would be the IT department, but that's not the case. IT is just a tool. In our view, and based on our experience over the past 3 years, there are 4 key departments: finance, HR, marketing, and IT. If you don't have all 4 on board, represented by the managers, I apologize for my mastery of our regional Esperanto. So we need to bring them all on board in order to carry out the transformation. All clear? Please feel free to add anything. Yes, and going back to what you mentioned, I was in the US in 2018. At the time, I had already almost 20 years of experience in management. And I wondered at the time, okay, what's there for me to learn? What are they going to teach me? And I have to say that I completely changed my mindset. I went to the Silicon Valley to Electronic Arts, FIFA games, you may know of them. At that time, they had more than 9,000 employees and 9 million customers. So I insisted on attending sale and marketing meetings, and all I saw was about digital transformation, digital marketing and digital sales. So if we can maybe run the video clip at the end of the panel, I can present the situation in 2018 in Silicon Valley. Then they also keep data on their customers. Everything's measurable. They keep track. For example, I'm a woman, a Caucasian white woman, my age, so this is what they know about me. They also keep track of my financial data, about the money I spent interacting with them, and they keep track of my interests. So if I spend $5, they will not show me an ad for something that's worth $50. They will always serve up something that's up to $5. So I realized that we had no idea who our customers were. We needed to measure, and that's what we started doing in 2020. So it was an experience that changed my approach to business model. Once coronavirus outbreak started, we transformed 13 business processes, shifting from classroom work to online training courses, and people are completely okay with that. We also started measuring everything. I'll highlight just the biggest changes. I mentioned we overhauled 13 business processes and all the documents because we needed online documents in order to be compliant with legislation, with GDPR. We needed to make sure we are compliant with laws. So we set up a data analysis department. They analyze everything. We now have 3 people developing more than 50 reports, and we don't make any decisions unless they are data-driven. We also analyzed marketing and HR to an extent, and that's what the company did. Oh, that's all you did over a period of 3 years. Great.
Thank you very much, especially thank you for the examples and cases which you somehow bring us closer to this process, how it operates. Tommy, now up to you. What is important for us to know? I have some couple of issues with psychoanalysis. You know, I'm excellent triathlon athlete. I was second, but your wife is a champion. Yeah, well, this is just a joke, of course. I'm looking at the IT as a process of the fourth industrial revolution. Before the first revolution, people were traveling, sailing, and they were rowing or what have you. Then the electrical current came, and the fourth one is the information technology and the digital world, and all that is intended only to work better, to have the quality of the product to be higher, the price be more favorable, and so on. So whatever we are talking about digitization is only because one reason, to feel better, and not because of digitization we need to do this or that. So if you have this in mind, then everything is simple. If you need it, then you should follow those steps. The problem is that people don't know that they need it. This is where in 1994, I was young, at that time, somebody who was very ambitious and naive. And there was a conference, I had the honor, and I was talking about the internet. We were the pioneers of internet in Slovenia, and I was delivering a speech and saying that we'll be buying shoes and cars via internet, and people were laughing at me, in Portorož at that time. And I left the stage, and then wise people came to me and they said, "Well, you now exaggerated, This happened in 1994, even 95 or 96, I think, and we started in 94. This is difficult, Before that, people thought you as somebody who's bluffing, like you're telling something which will never happen. And in Montenegro, there is an expression, he's, fantasizing, he's imagining things, and this happened on several occasions, In 2009, we purchased our first supercomputer. Imagine you give 2 million euros, which is not a small amount, and you wait, you build it for 3 months and to make everything function, and then you think there'll be a queue in front of your office, people full of suitcase full of money waiting for you to offer, and nobody is there, nothing happens, and then you can see you were too quick. And then with a bit of luck, within 1 year or so, we got our first clients, so we received some awards, and this is how you started. When we came to the first technological companies, and we asked for HPC, no, you need simulation, supercomputer. No, we're developing aircraft. We got some awards. We have Pipistrel from Slovenia, and we have pilots, friends. No, we have everything. Great. We have 3 NASA awards. We don't need that. After 1 year, still new design of the 4-seater Pantera developed on our supercomputer. We even got an award for this, and we were praised in Europe and in the States. And then the first clients started calling us. All these clients came to us in the first place. We are in Kronberg, near Nova Gorica, and we had a couple of wines, and we discussed. It's not only security, it's not only technology, but it's all with a bit of trust. I mean, you need to have some trust, because you're giving some secrets to another company. You confined in them, and this needs to be proper thing. This is how we started. I mean, digitization should not be the word. Everyone should take from the digitization shop what they need. I mean, you all need internet, after you all need mobile data, and some people need more than that, some big data analysis. You need to be aware that something is there, and that the technologies can do something for you which others don't have. And then you, from Montenegro or Slovenia, you can fight, you can get in battle with big players in the global stage. So you should not leave Montenegro. Also, you can stay there and be world champion because you found your niche, your category of a technology which might help you in your processes. Thank you very much. Milos, what does it look like from Montenegro? First of all, thank you very much for the organizers for inviting me to take part as a panelist. It is a great honor to sit behind this digitized table. I hope that I will be taken seriously after this introduction. A couple of my professors can confirm, at least some of them can confirm, that I mastered some of the lessons, but they are not from the Faculty of Physical Education. As for digitization and generally, and digitalization of the business processes and models, I would agree with Valentina. This is and has to be part of the strategy. Technology is available, and basically when we talk about it, if you don't know where you're going, every road will bring you there. So this is the way how we should understand digitization. Everybody can afford it, but digitizing technology is not enough. You need to have the idea where you want to go, what you want to achieve, and then in a cascading way you can lower it down in your organization. I'm glad that my aptitude towards the technology and automation of processes found the application in my bank, Addiko Bank, where for 7 years, with new owners now in place, we have learned this. One of the basic objectives was the automation processes, improving efficiency, digitization of banking services in Montenegro, especially as member of the regional Addiko group. I mean, you certainly know that it is present in all the countries of former Yugoslavia except for North Macedonia. The situation in the market is different. In Slovenia, we have a greater degree of usage of technologies, digitalization of processes. They are at a different level there. 50% of the clients there are digitized, and they're now having a problem to go to a level, to a higher level. I mean, digitization is a must, and now they're fighting for better positioning in the region market. In Montenegro, the situation is somewhat different. There are different reasons for that. First of all, the society is not at that level. Public administration is not at that level. Our people do not have the need so much to use digital channels to achieve something. And this is why we come to what Tommy mentioned. They don't know that they need it. And somehow we need to change this. The same happened at the micro example of Addiko Bank. 7 years ago when I came to the bank, the process was more or less as in my previous bank, as in every other bank actually, where you would approve products at the credit board, and then I, as a manager, a retail manager, had piles of requests where we physically would approve one loan by one loan. Whereas today the things looks differently. I, as a sales director, do not approve loans in small percentage, yes. The ones which may not be the issue of automation, which is completely automated with citizens. Even with the business sector, we can approve up to 500,000 of funds with an application, and we can approve a credit by means of an application. You know, to come to that, to reach to this level, we needed a lot. We needed to design processes, to recognize technology needed, and then to create an environment within the organization as to why this is good, why this is needed, how to implement it, and how to deal with it, how to address it. Because this is not enough to become online bank and enable client to apply, because we are the only bank which has it, that where you can access it via online website and apply for a loan. You need to actually have the process which is well organized within, and for the client to feel the benefit of using digital channels. This is at the same time the biggest danger of digitization. If you do not offer better user experience to a beneficiary, then again you made a mistake and we destroy the product or service at the very beginning. If a client, however, sees that this is more this is easier. Then it changes the thing. In 2020, for instance, 13% of the credit, citizens' credit applying with Addiko Bank came via digital channels. In 2022, this percentage is 74%, so 3/4 of our clients apply now via online channels. We would not have this level if customers had not been satisfied. But for us, this channel is an absolute focus. Currently, we do have some regulatory restrictions. We have made some step forward with the mobile loan channels via electronic banking. We enabled full end-to-end process up to 5,000 euros without coming to the bank. Everything through an application. But for more than that, we need the support of a regulatory framework. Currently, this is not the case, and we need to do some things manually and to contact clients and for them to come to the bank and sign. But still, this is a step forward because clients come only one, and this is a big step forward, a big change. And the colleagues from the Chamber of Ekonomiji are here, and together with the Chamber and the Association of Banks, we are trying to push for some initiatives and which concern networking the databases. The biggest problem of Montenegro, in fact, is that we don't know what to do with the data. They are scattered all over the place in different forms. Databases are not interoperable. I mean, we can all testify here. In a state authority, they ask you for a paper from another state authority. That other authority ask you to come physically there and to take this original hard copy of a title deed, which needs to be registered somewhere and available on the website in order for this employee, CO7, to print it out. So we have some crazy barriers that we have to face on a daily basis. I'm just giving a small example which we need to deal with. One of the initiatives which is very important is the interoperability networking of all the databases together with the tax department and the we have been working with this for some years now. The final step has not yet been made, but we hope that in 2023 we will manage to do it. In case we manage to do it, the banking system will, I mean, the beneficiaries' experience, the client's experience of the banks will be different. We will make it possible for them not to go anywhere to take any administrative document like a certificate on the amount of salary and so on. They will just need to come to the bank and do everything they need there, sign the contract, and have money on their account. So this is one segment and room for improvement. So that there is a lot of room, and I think that Addiko has shown how technology could be used. And generally speaking, we, at the level of the group, we have a lot higher level of services rather than what we have in Montenegro. In Croatia, they have everything over the online expert. You talk to a person over the internet. You have the loan approved online. In Serbia also they have some process which is very simple. Go factor application. You do not have to go physically anywhere really to be present. These are good examples, and I hope since the law on money laundering and financing criminal operations is in the drafting stage, one of the objections there is on the issue of digitization is the envisaged identification with the electronic ID, but in order to identify yourself as a customer, you need to bring the hard copy of these documents. So can you imagine the level of absurdity that encrypted document, you bring the hard copy to some office, which means that your client has to come physically to your office to bring this paper to you. So somehow we are constantly bringing or enacting new laws and regulations without thinking of the practical side of it. It is good that we have business people here. We need to hear them, what it means in practice, what certain article of a law and a provision in the law means for business people and for the whole process. If we do not have this harmonized between the business and the administration, we are in a big problem. We'll make some steps forward, but still will be lacking the basic steps that will bring us closer to Europe, to the world. So we are currently far, far away. Thank you very much. It's an exceptionally important area for this region, and essentially, by listening to our speakers, our panelists, we have heard to what degree these companies and business processes have already been transformed, and we can say that the ultimate goal is for this transformation is not let's digitize something, but digital first. So we plan and we think from the very beginning in the domain of digital technologies, which unfortunately is not the case, is with the public administration, which is far away from it, digital first. They're making some clumsy, counterproductive attempts. There is no comprehensive strategy in this respect. And then, as we have understood, we come to the situation which is paradoxical, where you have promise of an electronic process which is finally reduced to the need to photocopy, to Xerox copy your ID, and to go and sign it personally. I have 2 startup companies, and I'm paying very gladly and joyfully tax to a country which I cannot find on the map. I'm certain if I could find it on the map, it's Estonia, whose digital citizen I am. I have never been there. We went to Google Earth to find the address of our company, and we like it. There's a nice cafe there. We don't know where it is in Tallinn, but we are paying tax. We open the account and close the account, sign the contracts. We have accountants and so on. So this digital first way of logic has brought Estonia, for me and hundreds of other business operators, pays taxes to this country, although they have never been there. And we are fighting with our country to provide some basic electronic processes. This is a very important thing, and I believe this is the biggest challenge that many Balkan countries face, and I don't believe Macedonia is in a better position either. So I'm drawing your attention to this. So we have come to some digital, regional, local issues, and our next question is related to that. What are the obstacles? What are the barriers? Where do you see the biggest difficulties with regards to the Balkan economies, and where this resistance comes from? Who are those who say this is not still become functioning yet? What are the most often objections and in the process of digital transformation which you have encountered in your practice, and which ones of those objections make sense, and which are the fruit of misunderstanding and fear? Valentina first.
We can talk about the state, the government, but I decided not to. That's my approach. That's something I cannot change. The world is limitless, so let's use whatever's available. Something that I see as a current barrier and a prospective barrier, I think one of the biggest challenges from the perspective of the business sector is our mindset. When I try to share my experience, let me go back to the US. They all ask me, okay, what are your problems as a female entrepreneur? I said, well, we don't have any such problems. The culture is different. Being a woman is not a problem. Well, they found it hard to agree, but that's okay. And then they asked me, okay, and how do you share your example? Well, I don't really. Why? Because that's not always accepted well in my country. When I say that we used to have 5,000 participants and now we have more than 10,000, then they say, well, that's your business model. That can work in your field. You have IT people. You don't know the kind of people that we work with. I don't think that it's about people and being different in this particular field. In every business, there are specific challenges. People in IT industry may be paid better. In other industries, people may be less digitally aware, but there are definitely some other strong points there. So I think we can all find our own niche for digital transformation. It's just that we need to change our mindset first. Another challenge is the method of remuneration. I mentioned the 4 key departments for digital transformation. I mentioned finance. We don't have to consider figures for the coming 10 years. We can identify the figures for the coming 18 months. That's our planning horizon. And when we select technology nowadays, in the wake of the corona pandemic, I'm not advertising Microsoft, but I think that Microsoft license costs us $7 USDs. So for $7 a month, you get an increase in the number of your customers. Everyone would be wise enough to invest in that. With the new technologies, I'm not talking about high-end technologies, but day-to-day business package, that's affordable. And we are working also on changing the incentives model within the company. We need the marketing department to showcase this to our customers and to our own people in-house. We need in-house marketing. So that's the internal barrier that we have. I believe that digital knowledge is arriving. We are in the midst of global digital transformation. If we don't join in, global players will take the best talent, the ones who already have digital skills. So it's not just about us deciding on whether we want to undergo digital transformation. It's just going to happen to us via these people who already have globally relevant skills. What's the situation like in Slovenia? Are the obstacles similar or the same? The perception of cultural differences exists when it comes to high-tech situation in the region and versus in Slovenia. In my view, there's plenty of talent in the Balkans. And when you go to Europe and work with corporations and universities, there's always someone from the region. Everyone's there. And they have excellent positions, etc. And then you ask yourself, well, why? The answer is clear. Rich countries have money to invest in some systems, in development, and the gap is widening, which is not good. Digitalization enables us to get closer to the top ones. It enables a small country to rank among the top performers. There are excellent examples available. In Slovenia, we got the law on e-business and e-signature. We were among the first European countries to adopt such a law. And then we progressed very fast. We were the front runners for a while. Now I think we are ranked 17th in the ESI ranking. Governments change and digitalization tends to be trivialized. For some bureaucrats, digital means that you sign and scan a PDF document and you send it via email. And that's not digital. It's farcic, because on the other side, somebody will print it out, store it in a cabinet, and it will stay there. So I'm advocating in Slovenia and elsewhere that if the government wants data, Slovenian companies need to share a lot of data on a monthly basis to with different institutions. And if we want that, then we need to do it properly. Digital needs to be fully digital, not a scanned image. And then data needs to be structured. User experience needs to be better, simplified. I go crazy when I see the government sending me a form, with my name and surname, the name of the company, my address, my tax number. Oh, come on, the tax number has all that already. We have all data publicly available. If you want to go through the documentation of our company, it's all there. Each contract, all of our balance sheets for the past 15 to 20 years. It's all there, and then you still need to type something in. That's not the expected user experience. So data collection by the government needs to be made easier. Data needs to be structured and secure and anonymized to a certain extent, and then also brought back to data space. So some SME or a university or anyone may turn the data available into useful, valuable information that they will then make available to companies or the government. Data-driven decisions for the government. Politicians tend to decide, okay, the weather's nice, I had some coffee, I feel fine, I think I'll do this or that. And that's based on the way you feel today. That's not data-driven. If all of our corporate decisions were based on the way we feel, where would that get us? We need to have data showing us whether the trend is upward or downward, the trend in figures or whatever. So the chamber economy has a big role there in pressuring the government to collect data and to make use of such data. Data is just raw material. And if you only have potato at hand, you don't have much choice. But if you have good fish and potato and some cheese, etc., then you can prepare a proper meal. Data analytics, HPC, AI, all we do aims to transform data into information. Data in itself is not information. It needs to be translated into graphs and information that we can process as humans, and that then benefits everyone, the business sector and the government. And I think that banks, VAT, tax payments, that has to be online immediately. Thanks a lot.
I agree. It has to be online, but it has to be accepted. Currently, we have a situation, very often actually, that you pay online and then you print this out, and then you need to have it stamped for the other party to accept it. So I would just go back to you, Radoje, and to your startup, which is registered in Estonia. It's not by chance, you know. Estonia made breakthrough at the moment when, first of all, they made some changes, some amendments. One of them was that no public authority is to ask from another public authority some data, some information. So one of the things, you know, this speeded up the whole thing. I agree with Valentina that we should not talk about the state a lot, because we need to focus on us, ourselves. I represent a bank, and the bank operates in domestic market, and we as an IT company, we cannot sell our knowledge outside this country. We are oriented within the country, and this is why we feel the barrier is a bit more. One of the good things in Montenegro, which I was praised, is, I don't know how much the audience is familiar with that, with the law on innovations that Montenegro adopted 2 years ago, which is going to be implemented these days. And this is a positive example how you should approach this issue. And obviously there is a part of knowledge and desire in Montenegro for these things to change. And with this law on innovation, there will be startups from outside coming to Montenegro and become registered here. And this is something which we should be working on in the future. And essentially, this is how you start, and this is how you approach strategically to this issue. What we need to resolve here is this other part of general use of technology. I mentioned one example where we, within the last 2 years, with from some 13%, we reached up to 74% of online applications. When you focus on your clients and your market, then you can have some impact. I have some information from the central bank who did some survey which showed that like the ATM machine, 18% going to bank, 50% banking cards, e-banking 20%. So we have 20% of e-banking and 52% of going physically to a bank, which we need to turn around. And when you take a look at that, and what the most frequent reasons are for you to go to the bank is to withdraw cash, 40%. Transactions, 33%. Applying for loans, 9%. And 3.5% savings. And we take a look at all these items. Everything can be digitized. Savings, perhaps to a certain extent, and in some cases physically you will need to come. But basically there is no need to go to the to the office, to the transaction. I mean, you look for the reasons as to why are you not using online banking. 31% say insufficient knowledge of online banking, and then 34% say it suits me best to go personally, physically, eye to eye. This is a social phenomenon, but other reasons like lack of technical knowledge, not feeling the need, not feeling the security because of the commission fee. Yes, absolutely. We need to work on education of our clients, because these are all the reasons. This is a fear, like a fear from some irrational fears, really. We need to work on education on our clients for them to understand that it is cheaper for them to use e-banking rather than to go physically to the bank, to use pay cards or any other substitution to payment, and to understand that this time he or she might spend waiting in a queue, and many people can confirm this. So if you go to a shopping mall and you go and you see that there's 20 people waiting, queuing up in front of the electricity company's counter to pay the bills and so on. Well, I can understand that somebody decided to do this because they would avoid paying commission fee like 30 cents or what have you. Now, my question is, those 30 euro cents, is this valuable enough? I mean, you wait half an hour for that? So does it really pay? So this is a mathematical aspect to it, which nobody puts into the equation, you know. And now I have to go back to the state. If the administrative system was to raise the efficiency to the desired level, how much would we increase the level of our efficiency, productivity, how much resources would be freed, and how much additional value will be gained? Politicians have it through the angle of losing votes, because we in the banks trying to raise the efficiency. We're not doing it to reduce the number of the employed. We're doing it for the employed to be used in the proper way, in order to use highly qualified employee, to use his or her knowledge, his specialization, to give some additional value to the client. This is the essence of digitization. So the change of the profile, and then okay, well, somebody will be dealing with something else. We have deficits all the time. We have surplus of a workforce, extremely high surplus, and a huge deficit on the other side. This is a strategy which needs to go hand in hand. This is not only the digitization strategy. This should be strategy for increasing the efficiency and rationalization of existing resources. We have full storage of some items, the sell-by date is passing on, and then on the other hand, we lack money to buy some other very important items. This is what it practically looks like. Yes, absolutely clear. I believe that from this presentation and from previous presentation, it is clear that these are not micro processes that can be done in small and medium-sized enterprises. This is a systemic process, a comprehensive process with its layers, and which needs to have, up to a certain extent, of course, at least conditions and agile coordination at a higher level. And that higher level coordination involves a series of institutions, not only ministries, of course. We are also speaking here about all other institutions which in certain ways are involved in business processes, including the Chamber of Economy. So the state, business associations, IT companies, clusters of IT companies, consulting houses, a very important thing, which still this is my field of operations. So you need to be a mediator between the economy and IT companies, which very often understand the code, but they do not understand the needs. So there has to be a kind of developed and supported sector which transforms the strategy in the IT instead of leaving it to the people who only deal with IT sphere. So who out of all these actors, stakeholders, and what they would do to implement this in order to speed up the process of digital transformation. So today, this is a question of competitiveness in the global market. This is the issue of the unavoidable things, and the mere fact that we are speaking about this before a very sensitive audience. We do not need to convince them, but who are the key stakeholders in the process of giving impetus to the entire process and in order to make step forwards? in a systemic and also at the level of individual companies, enterprises. Valentina.
I would say all of us. I know that's a broad statement. I agree all that has been said so far. I agree we need to collect data. And secondly, I believe we need to make sure that results are visible. We need to have visibility. We need to show, demonstrate what has been achieved. And that will enable us to clearly identify the benefits. I have all the reports in my phone, and you may see some percentages or red or green lights, etc. And that's comparison against the planned budget. And I keep track of Q4. Q4 is the most important one during the year. We're already at 74% of execution. And it's not just me. We all keep track of our reports. We developed some 50 reports, and we all keep track of the ones relevant for our line of work. And then it's an issue linked to GDPR, whether I can keep track or whether the data should be available to all. We decided to make it available to all. We visited a small municipality in Macedonia, and the mayor told us, we have a problem collecting taxes. And we asked them, do you have publicly available data? You get your bank statement on a daily basis. You have a screen at the entrance. Just put it on the screen as a dashboard. I recently saw the example of a Swedish company. When you enter their premises, you see a screen that presents the plan and the achievement, the execution. So if you need to collect 20,000 euro worth of tax revenues, show your progress, whether you are managing to achieve 20%, 30%, whatever. And then we also saw tourists in the town, and we asked the mayor, do you have any information about the kind of revenue you get from these tourists? And they never provided us with an answer. Our offer was to develop all the necessary reports for them to be able to track all this. So what needs to be improved? I believe we need to enhance the transparency of all results. We need to facilitate data collection. And data is collected whenever one of us enters anything. So let's just compile all that. So transparency and visibility of all of our activities, easier data collection, and going back to what I mentioned earlier, digital skills. That is my main area of work. And I think this is what's needed. I think we've realized this after these 3 days. I don't have in mind the high-end digital skills. But as a region, we are very low in the OECD lists, and I think there's room for improvement there. Thanks a lot. Tommy? That's a tough question. Let me take a different perspective. What does AI have to do with the chicken farm? There's a good example, an awarded project under Fortissimo scheme. There's a UDG spin-off, and they have cameras watching over all that happens at a chicken farm, which enables them to react immediately. So that's a good example of how a small tech company from Montenegro can develop an excellent product which then can be presented in the European market. And scalability is exponential. If you have a product and you know how this works with software, you can sell 100,000 licenses, software licenses a day, and you can't do that with a physical product. There you need to have linear growth, linear increase. And scalability brings you huge added value. So whichever your sector may be, there's something that can elevate your company. And if you elevate your company, if you progress 10 places up, that means that you can go to Europe and sell your product there. You can't think, oh no, we work only in agriculture, nothing to be done there. No, this goes for all sectors. We also worked with UDG to show how you can monetize 3D technology, VR. And the government should make a move. In Slovenia, the only way to do business with the state is by using an e-account. So if you want to work with the government and you don't have the technology, you don't have the system or the process in your company to issue electronic invoices, then you can send them hard copies all you want, but no one will respond. So that's compelling you to use the e-invoice. Yes, and then you said there's a fee for electronic transactions. Yes, we have things. Yeah, so this is a fee that you pay if you get pay your bills via a post office, via a counter. They told us, and I haven't visited a bank in person for years. Nova Gorica, a Slovenian town, has 5,000 square meters, has bank premises that use 5,000 square meters less of office space than they used to have, because they used to do those nonsense jobs, scanning, searching, storing. It's better if you talk to your client for half an hour. In our country, the pensioners go to the bank to pick up their pensions. They stand in the queue and they like to have a word with the bank officer there. So there's a lot of opportunity. I think that the governments can do a lot to speed things up, and each individual organization and unit can think about what they can do to improve their competitiveness and to generate more added value. Milos? adding to what we heard about electronic transactions, that could be the subject of a separate survey in Montenegro to check the elasticity here. We still do not have any incentives for the customers not to carry out the transaction at the counter, but to switch to digital channels. Changing habits is the most difficult thing. Something I learned, for as long as you have the alternative option, you will stick to your routine, even if it's a bit pricier. There must be a limit, a threshold. You need to consider the overall market. And this is in the context of banks. If one bank decides to introduce such a radical measure, then there would be customer response. So we all need to make that step forward at the same time. That's one way of getting things done. But we realize that for as long as the alternative option is available, the client will stick to the routine. So the shift towards digital has to be incentivized, customers made aware, and at some point it has to become the only option, just as you did in Slovenia with the e-invoice. And then it's just about the pace of transformation, whether we want to stretch it over several years or do it faster. Whether it was better to change the ID cards to force the shift. We paid 25 euros to someone. So the new contactless card had 25 euro bonus attached to it. The contactless card that would be used by our customers. But there was no response. It didn't make any sense, as if we were too rich to pick up 25 euros that would be made available. And plus there's the additional comfort that this card brought. So we need to set KPIs at the level of each organization. Those KPIs need to be clear to the people in that organization, and we need to make sure there's monitoring, and then we need to replicate to different organizations and systems. And there's plenty that we can do in terms of forced migration to digital services in a number of areas. And then you get into a situation where you don't need to pay for your bus fare in cash. We all know how that works in some Western countries. Cash is only 2% of transactions, going down to zero. I think that Raiffeisen is getting rid of cash completely. So we won't be able to be as radical in Montenegro not for a while. But then the next step after that is having salespeople who will also act as advisors, helping customers choose specific products rather than just type things in. More than 50% of our transactions are transfer orders. And you understand that that requires some time. Filling out the form. Within our bank, we used to type in the yellow templates of transfer orders. It took us 3 years to change that. So now, for years, we've had a completely new model. It didn't make sense that in a bank we would need to manually fill out the bank transfer and get it signed by the manager who may or may not be in the office, etc., etc. So now, after the initial stage, we all manage to fulfill all of our duties. We manage to get online, to sign what needs to be signed, and to increase the efficiency of our bank. So we need to filter this down to customers. Every citizen is a client. They interact, if nothing else, they interact with government authorities. So we need to digitalize the services. So clear KPIs, clear objectives, a clear roadmap, and a clear plan of development of services. So internal clients need to identify this as a benefit that will then impact their own performances.
Great. From the psychological point of view, if I can add, I would mention the word courage. Well, courage, yes. Courage, certain dosage of courage to face, perceive and face that what is in front of me is not an abyss but an important step forward. It is not always present. When I was thinking, when I was listening to you about this cards, I was thinking about the Fineco Bank in Italy, which is the digital first bank, established as a digital bank, and which say how much money you have to open an account in the bank. No, I'm paying you to, I'll put 50 euros for you to open an account. The bank actually puts 50 euros in the account. What this means, this means that this effort to overcome this logic, I mean, Italians are not so far advanced from us for you to have a bank. I mean, the bank has this marble staircase and then a counter where you need to bow before the counter to tell her there to hear you and so on. So this, was quite powerful. How then I can leave this person somewhere there behind the counter, just with a website. I believe Corona and the COVID pandemic has really abolished some of those barriers. I believe that in this inertia, traditional sectors have been mostly hit. No matter how this is a kind of new sector for me to take part digitally, but when we speak about insurance companies and banks, about classical forms of banking, there is a kind of psychological inertia in relation to what needs to be changed, perhaps by government policies even, in order for the whole potential to be freed. You have an opportunity to ask questions to our panelists. So, Mr. Glomazis, the floor is yours. I'm a director of the Standardization Institute of Montenegro. I would thank the organizers for providing us with excellent interlocutors, and we got huge amount of information. According to the position I have come from an IT sector, and allow me to raise an issue concerning these two things that I was dealing with. So we heard the notion of fourth industrial revolution. Why? Smart cities, smart villages, smart companies. And what happens with the wise men? I'm not speaking about individuals. Who takes care of them, for these people to have knowledge? I mean, the panelists were speaking as to the way how we can apply this knowledge. Digital transformation, and we keep speaking about digital transformation, digitization. How I look at it, the digital transformation has to contain several steps. Re-engineering business processes through implementation of standards. If you do not work on both, if you do not introduce standards in your organization, this engineering is in vain. I mean, everybody has to be included in it, because changes are constant. All this has to follow project management of changes, procurement of digitization or digital technologies, depending on what the organization is involved in, also has to be networked. And nothing will be successful if you have no awareness. And this awareness has to be linked with the previous question: what happens with the smart people? In case on a daily basis there is no education, in case there are no organizations dealing with education and training, in case you are not like pushing people to gain knowledge, there is no way for us to progress. Education and knowledge is something which pushes the society forward. I had an experience more than 15 years back. I cooperated with a Slovenian company, in a private one. I'm not going to advertise it now, but every 15 days in a private company, every Friday, they had a training, like internal training. In what way? Well, the colleagues would get together and teach or transfer their knowledge to other colleagues in order for them not to waste their time. So this is what it is called knowledge management strategies. Yes. So I would raise one question: is it possible to proceed with digital transformation without all these parameters that we have mentioned today? So is it possible to expect to achieve anything without proper education and training? So can you expect any results from digitization besides purchasing new routers, new PCs and so on? Thank you very much, Valentina. Well, I have already mentioned it on 2 occasions. Without digital education, I mean without education in general for digital skills, starting from, I mean, young people are digital native or digital literates. I mean, this is a kind of natural thing for them. This is the same as, I mean, you know a language but do not know grammar. I mean, you just say a word, but you do not know how to use this word properly in a sentence. So this is what I have actually meant, that this problem will come to us very soon. This is a global virtual problem. Somebody will come who will collect all those people and involve them. They may remain in our countries, but they will not be working for us. This is our problem. So digital skills are a must on 3 levels: digital literacy, the basic ones, then also professional skills, where we use IT in professional world, and the third one is the high-end technology or higher education, which comes from the elementary schools then onwards. So this is a must. If you do not care about education, it will take care of itself, don't worry. I promised to my panelists to be extremely precise with the time due to their flights. So if you agree, one question, if it is extremely brief, it will get extremely short answer. So the floor is yours. I assume in the Chamber of Economy you had a very good host, and that you have talked a lot about some things which for them were interesting, but we don't know that as its members or participants. My question is the following: if you're satisfied with your arrival here, and if you manage to establish a kind of high quality relationship with the Chamber of Economy, and when the New Year's Eve comes, it might be nice to wish for successful New Year. But I would like to ask you if you can think of a New Year's greetings to be not to be a courteous one, but to be sincere from your experience towards chambers of economy where you operate in, and from the professional side, what you would wish for in this sphere, what you would like to be presented with at next year's panel conference, your visions therefore. Milos, I will try. As for the New Year's greetings, I would wish for the very happy New Year's with 2 or 3 clicks away from you. As for the next year's event, I would like to hear and see the application, practical application of the law on innovation, networking with tax revenue database and ESD initiative, which we still lack, and an instant payment, which the central bank is about to implement next year. So when we speak about digital native, it'll be too complicated for them to fill in the forms in digital. So new generation do not want to remember accounts. We need to come to the level where we'll be sending money to people through our phone book, digital phone book. Valentina, well, happy new 2023, and our gift to the Chamber of Economy is one dashboard, which is most important to you as a Montenegrin company, but also to us as a future beneficiaries. Tommy, well, dear friends from Montenegro, I wish really a digital 2023. Greetings for joining the Digital Europe program added on 2022 after Christmas, and the last moment to say, so to say, and this will enable many new projects which will go hand in hand with the academia and industry and the Chamber of Economy, making fast steps towards digital transformation, which will really make your companies excel in the European market. So Montenegro is already part of this program, and the UDG, the Competence Center, was established, linked with the high performance computing and high technologies. I believe that this piece of information, as well as everything we have heard so far, it's not a revolution, but it's a drop in the sea which needs to happen in order to come one day to everything which our New Year's greetings are for the next year, for the next decades, for our children. Thank you very much for taking part in the panel.
Dobar dan svima.
Good day to all. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the sixth and final panel. Of course, equally important, as it intends to address something that is highly topical in our current situation, and that is the way to stay in the market despite the crisis. I'm really happy to have an outstanding group of managers of different companies from different countries of the region with background in their respective industries. And I hope that the panel will respond and give us some answers to the issues faced by the business community in the aftermath of the COVID pandemic and in the face of the global crisis caused by the war in Ukraine. Let me follow the order as per the agenda. We have with us here today Mr. Enes Banda, Finance Manager of Euromix Beton from Montenegro. He got his education in Montenegro, US and Turkey. He graduated at the UDG here, then went on to Montclair State University, 2012 to 2015. He completed his master course at UDG in 2016. He studied Turkish at Akdeniz in Antalya. He worked as a consultant for international organizations, UNCTAD, Nikos Consulting Group. He is currently finance manager at Euromix Beton, and although quite young, he has significant experience. His company is registered in Bar, engaged in production and transport of concrete. The company expanded to exploitation of stone, construction, and real estate. During the discussion, he will be presenting the perspective of these sectors. We also have the pleasure of having Mr. Zoran Drakulic. He used to be an athlete and coach of swimming team. He started working at General Export in finance. He was finance manager of Genex Yugo Arab, one of the first offshore companies working in Middle East. Then he was deputy manager in charge of contacts with banks and major organizations. He set up subsidiaries worldwide, including Viewpoint in Belgrade. So he has incredible experience to share with us in this panel. His Poil holding was one of the major companies to invest in Serbia, owner and co-owner of several companies from bakery industry. The group was set up in 2012, involved in producing flour and grain, and it included bioenergy plant for renewable energy sources, one of the major producers of wood pellet, a product that's much in demand now in the circumstances of this energy crisis. We have Mr. Victor Mizo, manager of Kostal from North Macedonia. He has prior experience in other positions, but Kostal is a member of the group, a leader in the manufacturing of mechatronic components for the automotive industry. It's He is also an international expert, consultant for McKinsey, consultant on FDIs and free economic zones. He is known for his leadership and participation in a number of greenfield projects during the time when he served as the officer for free business zones in Macedonia, and he was a prominent member of the government's economic team. He co-owned startups in Japan, London, New York. Before that, he worked for McKinsey in New York. He graduated in engineering at Rochester and got an MBA from Harvard. Thank you for being here. We have Mr. Vasilis Panagopoulos, manager of Jugopetrol Montenegro, our long-term sponsor. And thank you once again for that, and thank you for being here in this panel. Mr. Panagopoulos earned his degree at Heriot-Watt in UK. He has rich international experience leading several projects for Shell in Egypt. He worked in Greece as a manager. 2005 to 2021, he worked for Hellenic Petroleum Group, covering management positions in Serbia and Greece. As of March last year, he is the executive director of Jugopetrol Montenegro. Last but not least, our friend Gazmen Dabrashi, founder and manager of Exclusive Group Kosovo. He graduated in Business and Economy at Pristina University. He is the executive director of Exclusive Group, one of the major distribution companies in Kosovo. They have wholesale, retail business and cigarette manufacturing. And he also started one of the major construction and development projects in Kosovo, Monopol City Gnjilane. He used to work for the European Commission as economic coordinator for the Western Balkans, and he is also the honorary consul of Montenegro in Kosovo. He served as an MP in the Kosovan parliament. Thank you also for being here. So we have a range of panelists with extraordinary background and experience spanning private and public sector. Let me just provide a couple of introductory remarks. I don't want to use up too much time. We all realize that 2022 is a challenging year for the economy as a result of the parallel crises going on, health crisis and global crises caused by the Russian aggression on Ukraine that disrupted the energy market and threatened crisis in terms of food and raw material, a global crisis. In the October report, the IMF predicts a slowdown of global growth to 3.9%, which is the biggest downward trend. Global activity is slowing down, and we are seeing record inflation hitting record high for a period of several decades. We expect the inflation and monetary tightening that will affect mainly developing countries, including the countries of our region. USD strengthening is putting pressure on domestic prices and a pressure on all of our countries facing major external pressure. So these market developments, the disruption of supply chains, the ongoing energy crisis how is that affecting your respective companies and economies? We know that all the COVID-related challenges are now compounded by these new challenges. So how are you managing this new situation?
Dear Mr. Rakic, thank you very much for the invitation and the opportunity to be with you and to share some views of mine from the angle of a company I work for. Here in this video, you can see a Montenegrin product, the outer concrete truck which is being presented at the biggest fair of construction machines in Germany. We are there for the second time, an exclusive guest. We have our stand there. 4 years ago we participated only with one product, concrete mixer. Now we have more products, pump, mixers, trucks for transport of wood, and many other products. As you can see here, there is a very sophisticated and highly technologically demanding product to be developed. The entire product, from the very beginning, for a screw and nuts to the last element, was produced in this plant here. I believe Mr. Banovic, who is from Bar, is familiar with this site. This is Zaljevo, quarries which have been here as of 1979. As of the earthquake which struck Montenegro, they still exist there, and the Euro Beton company, although not suggesting all the activities we do, they are diverse. We have our quarries, production of construction stone used for road building, for concrete production, also asphalt, real estate development, and the last part, which might be the most important for my today's visit here, is the plant for the production of specialized construction vehicle parts. I was not present during the first 2 days for all the panels, but through YouTube channels of the Chamber of Economy I managed to follow most of the presenters, and I noticed that you talked a lot about the industry, telling us that the Montenegrin economy, small economies, should deal with manufacturing and industry. Of course, the highly sophisticated, technologically sophisticated production. And what I can say for these 7 years of mine being in this company, it is only if you are not ready for this, you will omit a lot, because this is quite demanding from the capital point of view to do something. But again, this contribution you have in the end when you produce something cannot be compared with anything else. But how have you decided on this step in the era of crisis? Because for the last, well, yes, I have spent some time. I mean, we have been in crisis all our lives, perhaps. Yes, but I'm telling from the aspect of my generation. I came to the market in 2011. Even before that, perhaps as a small student entrepreneur, Montenegro has been permanently in a crisis since 2009. In 2011, already there was a big liquidity crisis. Then in 2014 and 16, which were also marked by certain oscillations in operations, and then still as of 2019 we have this crisis caused by the COVID pandemic, and finally this Russian invasion on Ukraine. When we speak about our decision, I mean, the crisis it was the inspiration for us to design something which we will participate in the market. We wanted to change the philosophy or the paradigm, as it is often said, not to look for bigger cake within small Montenegrin pie. We wanted to make a lot bigger pie and then to have a small share of it, which is still bigger than what we have now here. To illustrate it, in 2018, at the very beginning of this project, our turnover was somewhere about 12 to 13 million euros, which was dominantly or predominantly from Montenegrin market. Out of these activities I mentioned, in 2021 we completed with some 22 million euro turnover, cumulatively. This is how we organize our operation. We have one more entity, and 10 million euro came from foreign markets. So 50% of our turnover came from abroad, from exporting our products and services. What you do, besides the crisis, specifies or determines your position during the crisis. So what is important for this crisis, this particular crisis, is this is a crisis of supply. I mean, the COVID crisis initiated this crisis when we had small supply of offers, and this initiated small inflation. The war in Ukraine only deepened it and emphasized it as a key problem for the products missing in the market. So we were looking to position ourselves in the way that, first of all, we couldn't envisage what would happen, but we tried to develop our business model in such a way that we do not depend from the others. Our initial impulse, initial step, which happened during the pandemic, was to make big supplies. Because you need to trap your money for some time. But after the pandemic struck, we became main players in the market. So from a small Montenegro company selling our products to Germany, we turned out to be big players. And now there are people coming to us, not asking us how much this costs, but can you deliver it? And of course, with such a model of operation, we managed to avoid big negative consequences of the current crisis, which has struck us all. And one more thing, following all the presentations, especially scientific surveys and research and anything else, I personally have certain attack of anxiety, because when you work with other people's money, you have to be very careful, rather than if the money is yours, although it should be equal, but it is not. Since we are already in Germany at the fair, gathering the business companies from many countries of the world, we have the data telling us one thing, and if we were to listen to the data, we would need to react conservatively and to develop in a slower way in order to respect the observation, or rather the recommendations coming from these data. But the feeling after talking with the business operators from different countries, perhaps Germany, will be hit by this crisis, but you have a series of countries which will not be hit so much. In those countries there is money, in these countries there are markets, and our signals tell us that the future will not be so disastrous if we had not undertaken these steps. So my message for other business operators who have the possibility to participate in other markets, to turn to those, of course with a dosage of caution, and thus to reduce the negative consequences of the crisis. Thank you very much, and we can discuss about these and some future steps. Mr. Drakulic, we heard from Mr. Banda that this is a crisis of offer, and that there are some products missing in the sector of energy and food. You have a long-lasting experience in different sectors. How you fight against this crisis, and is this crisis for you an opportunity for the sector you come from the view of the country you come from, and from the view of the company you come from?
Good day to all. Thank you for the opportunity to join this panel for the first time. I could not make it, unfortunately, in earlier conferences. In relation to what you said about my background, I have to show gratitude for having worked for 20 years for one of the major trade companies in the world, where I learned a lot, and that was Genex. And then I switched to private business, and I wanted to set up a small scale, a mini Genex. And we had offices and people in 21 countries of the world. Before that, I covered 9 countries with Genex. So I visited 30 countries dozens of times. As for the crisis, the crisis from 2008 taught us many things, and we reorganized. I downsized from 6,000 staff members, from 1.5 billion turnover, and I'm loving it after 44 years in this business. And we are still doing pioneer work. So in 2009, we started working with renewable energy sources. We currently have probably the greenest renewable plant in the world. I'll tell you about our accomplishments over those 14 years. When we first started, there was no domestic pellet available. We used to export. And now, although we are one of the top producers of pellet in Europe, we only make 25% of the market in Serbia. A few years ago, we set up a cogeneration plant, top of the range, which produces 8 megawatts of heat that we need to dry the wood, because we go through 160 tons of wood per year, and that generates electricity, and we have been selling that electricity to the National Electric Company of Serbia for the past 12 years. In the meantime, we've installed solar panels, 2.9 to 3 megawatts, and when there's sunshine, the solar panels cover the electricity needed for our production process. The idea is to be self-sustainable. So for next year, we have one project for new solars with batteries, where we will be collecting solar energy during the day and using it during the night, because we work non-stop throughout the year. And the second project, which we are already piloting, is producing our own raw material. We researched the best possible tree species. Now we have Salis viminalis, a type of plant, fast-growing plant that can give you 60 to 70 tons of wood per hectare. So the idea is to be able to plant these trees and to be able to cover 80% of our needs. So you plant, and then each year you get 60 to 70 tons per hectare. So these are the happy times for us, given the demand for pellet. Of course, we don't expect it to last forever. Major pellet producers such as Russia, Ukraine, and Belarus are now basically not on the market. Russia and Belarus, given the EU sanctions, and Ukraine due to not being able to export, similar to what's happening with grain export. So we sold the big company, we turned to food and energy, and we think that's the future. We also believe that Montenegro has huge potential. It's late October, there's a lot of sunshine, but I don't see many solar panels around here in Montenegro. So it's huge potential that Montenegro has. You need to see how you balance that power. There are batteries that we'll be using to do that. But of course, there's a reversible power generating plant or a similar solution. So that's it to start with. Thank you, Mr. Miso. You come from a different sector, from automotive industry, and we know that there's a lot of demand for luxury cars. There are waiting lists. How has the crisis affected you and your company? Do you think the government should have done something to make it easier for you? How do you manage to meet the needs of your suppliers now that we see all these disruptions in the supply chain and elsewhere?
Thank you very much. And thank you for being here at this conference. And when we met each other in Ohrid during summer, I think you could see our factory. And I think it is interesting to share these regional experiences from different sectors. I will try. I might make some mistakes in the local language, but it is easy to understand each other when we speak local languages, so to say. The vehicle industry was one of the first to have been hit with the crisis. This happened in January 2020 when nobody talked about COVID. And we as a company produce electronic and power electronics, whatever is used in electrical and in hybrid vehicles. And then all of a sudden we felt a problem which happened in China, that we could not receive sufficient amount of components. And this problem in the automobile industry, and we know that the problem is a lack of chips, this shortage will remain at least until 2026. So this problem will last for quite some time, although all people think that, I mean, there are companies, Taiwanese or Samsung, Intel, 20-30 billion invest in this, and they need 4 to 5 years for all these capacities to be established, then something to be returned to normal. And the whole problem is only because one thing: when everything that existed in Europe, in the world, when everybody were at home, nobody was going to office, instead of purchasing cars, everyone wanted new smartphone, everybody wanted a laptop, computer, iPad or some TV set, and then all of a sudden the margins in this consumer electronics are a lot greater than in automobile industry. Therefore, it doesn't suit anybody to make chips, and then Apple uses more chips than the whole automobile industry put together. So one can say, I'm a Mercedes or BMW, you need to help me. And then the producers, no matter whether they are Chinese or Taiwanese or Koreans, they tell you, yes, but you are 30% of my market share, and your margins are a lot smaller. Therefore, we have the problem which we have nowadays. But yes, the problem is not the one which was at the very beginning. But in our industry, we have this problem of demand, which happens at least in the last 4 or 5 months, especially in Europe. We know that the economic crisis has already started. Whether this will be recession, whether this will be a stagflation, it doesn't really matter, but this will last for some time, and not only 2 or 3 months. This will not end in the first quarter of next year either. I think the whole of the next year will be the crisis year in Europe. Irrespective of the energy prices or food prices, as the first panel was telling yesterday, in our region there will be higher price of food than of energy. In Europe it's not the same. In Europe the energy will be dearer. But the problem that exists is currently that people now need to purchase a vehicle. Those people who purchase vehicle more than 100,000 euros, they have no problem. Whoever wishes to buy a Range Rover or G class Mercedes, for them inflation and crisis doesn't really make any problem. But when your client is a Volkswagen, when your client is a Peugeot or Citroën, then those people purchasing that kind of vehicle, well, they will not decide to buy one, and they will postpone such decision for 12, 18, 24 months perhaps. In our region, we know who can purchase expensive cars, and all those others buy vehicles because of the necessity, mere necessity, not because of luxury. Average age of our vehicles, depending on the country, but not less than 15 years, perhaps in some countries even 20 years, which is not the case in Western Europe. In Germany, every 5 years people want to change the car and buy a new car. And the prices, you could see now, there is a tendency even, because for a new vehicle you need to wait sometimes more than 9 months. The price of a used vehicle 12 to 18 months after being driven by somebody else, the price is almost the same as a new car, which is completely illogical. I mean, economically, this is something which happens in Europe currently. And the problem is, this is why I want to emphasize this, the problem is more important to be European in the automobile industry rather than in the States or China, because with them crisis is located in a different way. Now, what the countries, what the states are doing, or what we had done in Macedonia, the first problem was when the lockdown started. We had 1,000 employees, and then when all of a sudden there is no market, how to maintain all those workers? In Germany, they have those Kurzarbeit, but this is Germany. They have got money; they can pay for that, for people to take 80% of their pays and to sit at home. Western Balkan countries do not have this luxury, but at the same time, all those measures which the Western Balkan countries did, and also we in Macedonia, were politicized, or were like, who is going to vote for us in the future to help every sector, but not only to the one which needs assistance, vulnerable categories of people or companies which will try, once the crisis ends, to create the next economic activity. And you know, many companies that were assisted, they will be living like 1 year or 2 years after the crisis, and then those companies do not have a long-term future. Unfortunately, they all got money, and there were no criteria on why people were receiving money or what they are to do with this money. And a lot of domestic companies, sometimes foreign companies are bigger Catholics than the Pope, and we also play by different rules and to prove why we use this money and if we are to use this money and why. But this happened only in the first 3 or 4 months in April of 2020. Now, in the last year or so, the problem that we have in our industry is bigger than we had 2 years ago. In Europe, up until September, for 13 months in a row, there has been a drop in the purchasing of new vehicles as compared to 12 months before. And then all of a sudden, all those people think there is no corona anymore, there is no lockdown, everything has come back to normal. But in our industry, this is not the case. Now when you have 1,000 people, workers, for whom, I mean, they're not easily found in the market, especially when these are engineers. And if you dismiss someone, he either finds another job or goes to Western Europe because they're trained in a German company, they know all of the best most recent principles of work and so on. And now how are you going to explain your headquarters that you have 200 people more than you actually need? At the same time, the price is not the part of the product, but last year we developed a budget. In 2020, our contribution was not 0.7%. For the next year, it will be 3.2%. And this difference, when the margins are minimum, how to compensate for this? Certainly not by productivity. Since we are in the Balkans, unfortunately, all possible robots and automation I may bring. But until you teach someone to work with these robots and with those computers, and finally have some programming processes easier, but there is no person to maintain these things. This is a problem in our region. Even if you're a capital intensive organization as we are, you have a problem with too over-automated process. So I'll stop here and listen to some other options. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Vasilis, how is your company weathering the crisis? You are involved in selling a very popular product, so how have these recent developments impacted your business in Greece and in Montenegro?
Before you telling you about Yugopetrol, you all know who Yugopetrol is. We are the biggest fuel supplier in the market. We supply over 60% of the market here. Air fuel services, petrol stations through every municipality. So we have a very big responsibility to keep a steady supply for the country, whatever happens in the external world. And over the past few years, this has been very challenging, but I think we did our job quite well. This is the third crisis, as some of my colleagues here said. I mean, we had the first financial crisis, then we went through the COVID crisis, and as the COVID crisis was coming to an end and people were feeling happy and wanting to spend more money, then, you know, Russia decided to invade Ukraine. And that created a very big crisis, the third one within 12 years, and maybe this could be the most difficult one to resolve and get out of, because this is mainly around the energy. And that exposed a lot of weaknesses in the European Union, in the European market, in the global supply, because even though the general trend was to go towards renewables, we just realized that we were not going there fast enough. So in some markets, because of need, they switched as fast as they could to renewable energy, and they're trying now to have a number of programs and subsidies and improve the legislation, whatever is required, so there will be more investments in the renewable energy. And I think the rest of the markets will need to follow, because unless we move there fast, very, very fast, this issue that we're currently facing with the energy crisis will not be resolved easily. And that is because we do not see a very fast solution in the Ukrainian crisis. And that's where, you know, the shortages of LPG comes to Europe, the high price of crude oil, and everything else, the high price of electricity, everything else is connected to that. So over the last few months, not even a year, I mean, it was since last February, this last crisis has created a lot of very sharp upsides in demand, where we had to very consciously and very responsibly react, because prices were going up and down, Platts was going up and down all the time. I mean, we saw Platts in the heights that we never expected to see. Platts is the trading platform for the fuels products, commodities. So we saw things that we never seen before, and that brought a lot of challenges to our business. We had to make sure we have enough supply so we can cater to the market when the prices were going up. We had to carefully watch our stocks when the prices were going down, but at the back of our mind was always to keep the market supplied with products. And this is, I think, what we did. As an overall learning out of this thing that we're going through right now, in our industry, I think in all the industries as well, is that we need to move fast towards renewables. That will reduce the cost of electricity. That will reduce dependency on natural gas and other fossil fuels. And one thing that we're really lucky for is our countries have plenty of sun, and in many cases plenty of wind. So our countries, the Western Balkans and the Southeast Balkans, Southeast Europe, we are very rich in those resources. So we need to move very fast. The governments need to move very fast with legislation to allow people to invest. They should bring in capital to invest in the renewable sources. At the same time, we should also help the market go towards the electric vehicles and electric mobility, because that's another thing that will reduce our dependency to fossil fuels and natural gas.
Okay, thank you for your answer. Gospodine Abraši, vi ste...
Mr. Brashi, you come from a different sector, which I also believe is differently affected by this crisis due to the global crisis. And from the angle of trade, how do you cope? And whether in some moments you had an issue with supply in the market with some basic victuals, and I mean, we Montenegro did have some issues, but our developed commercial chains managed to find some alternative markets. And I think in those moments, economy did most and more than the decision makers who had duty to react in some crisis moments. So what is the situation in Kosovo and Albania, which you cooperate with, especially in the time of crisis? Mrs. Rakesh, thank you very much to you and the Chamber of Economy, Tanya, for excellent cooperation we have had in the last 3 or 4 years. This is the third time I participate in this representative panel. Thank you very much for inviting me and included me in this panel. I would like to greet all the colleagues here, and I have been listening to everything my colleagues have been talking about yesterday and today. I would not like to repeat myself because everybody had his own energy and to say something. I will say a few things about myself, and I'll mention in the macroeconomic sense what needs to be done and which is still related to the crisis. Both in Albania and Kosovo, I'm one of the biggest tax payers, and this keeps growing. This is not by chance, because we are working a lot. I know people in the region. I have excellent people, 7 of them working with me together. I invested in them, and they have some synergy in this group. Before started, I was having to look what the crisis is, and I wanted to share this with you. Crisis comes from some Greek word meaning choice, selection, or decision making, and so on. So when I go back to this, I think we have gone through this in the last 30 years. So this is not kind of novelty for me, and I believe people of my age, we remember the time when we lived in one Yugoslavia. We experienced the dissolution of one country, which it doesn't exist anymore. We had war amongst ourselves. In the meantime, we created our own states, and then we started developing. Yesterday, when we saw the GDP data, then I understood that we are more or less thereabouts, and we are along the same, about the same level, and there is no serious shift in the Western Balkans. Then we had the pandemic in 2019, 2020, and then the war in Ukraine. Personally, actually, I do not look at this crisis as something new, but as a new form and a new way how to face the crisis. My analysis I would base on my macroeconomic analysis as to why we, as the Western Balkans, have encountered or got into the crisis. I mean, we get together in Belgrade, Sarajevo, Western Balkan countries. We exchange our experiences, which realistically said, from the economic point of view, unfortunately, people from politics do not follow us. Unfortunately, there is none of the politicians here. I would like to say something which they should hear. All the Western Balkan countries have signed something which is called Agreement for the Association and Harmonization. Ordinary people here, they think this a kind of pre-accession to the EU. This is a kind of a customs document that we all actually committed to reduce customs rates from 15, 10 downwards, in order in 2020 we reach the zero rate customs for EU products. And now what happened in the meantime, theoretically, that story under question mark, under quotation marks, was sold by Europe, that it opened European Union market for the Western Balkans, that we can sell our products in the West, in Western Europe, that we can that we in the Western Balkans, that we have a 300 million people market, and then when you look at the statistics, the percentage-wise, the way how we reduced the customs rate in our countries, they increased the margin in the last 10 years. So I am a distributor of the biggest companies dealing with the hygienic products perhaps in the world. My experience shows that every 1st of January, when we reduced customs rate by 1-2%, they increased the price towards us. So at the same time, when we looked at the balances yesterday, when Mr. Lalovic was presenting it, we could see that none of the countries, in percentage-wise, managed to shift in a balance sheet, that we have remained the same. That it turned out that the story on the quotation mark was a betrayal, because we remained at the same position and Europe actually came over here. And then I come to a conclusion that the only way out is for us. I mean, if we cooperate. I didn't attend the Chamber of Economy of France meetings or China, but we got together here, and I think these people here should change the awareness, change the consciousness. Normal condition of the economy remains only in textbooks. I know millions of companies who made a lot of money during the crisis, even more companies which were dissolved or abolished in the best time. Mr. Drakulic mentioned 2008 when there was a total catastrophe. Then we had big companies appearing, especially in the digital sphere. So the first part I wanted to mention here, and in a condensed form, we have to understand that we do not have so much space in Europe, perhaps in digital sphere, yes, but in real terms, in tangible sense, we have room only amongst ourselves. I'm listening or watching news shows on TV. Energy. You in Montenegro, you have Pljevlja mine, which is perhaps the biggest calorific mine in Europe. You export coks towards Europe. We as Kosovo, we are the 4th country by the production of lignite and the reserves of lignite. We have not built thermal power plants, and in Serbia their technology is outdated. And what governments do, they sell coal to each other instead of sitting down and creating a joint strategy for all 3 countries to invest in Pljevlja, for instance, because all of us, I was a government member when we invited the Americans to invest in a thermal power plant in Kosovo. They would invest €1 billion, but for some reason this was not realized. So why do not sit together and make a strategy to invest there? Why are we to transport coal from Kosovo to Kolubara or to Pljevlja when we can make a joint power plant, for instance, in Pljevlja, where the ownership structure will be such that all the countries will have their share? In this way, the European Bank for Development will support us. We are small, realistically. We cannot move when there are big infrastructure projects involved. You have a port of Bar, which has abnormal capacities, which basically cannot operate for 2 reasons. One reason is you have a railroad, which was built during Tito's time, running at 30 kilometers per hour, instead of investing in it and to make it and to link railroad also this railway with Kosovo, because the economy is asking for the exit to the sea. Now Albania is announcing new port in Drač and new investments, and this is only 16 miles from the sea. And now we're talking about the Open Balkans. What the open Balkans is. I mean, what this means. I am saying if we all agree that from the realistic point of view, we cannot go to Europe because we have no conditions for it. There is like trans-Adriatic pipeline going from Azerbaijan to Italy. So that pipeline has come to Albania, going underwater and reached Italy, South Italy, and Montenegro has no gas, for instance. So there is a kind of project of Adriatic-Ionian pipeline which is on the paper since 2007 and nothing happens. So in the same sphere in Albania, where there is this hub, there is a possibility of Kosovo linking to this pipeline, but nothing happens. People from Azerbaijan enabled it, and how can we be competitive with Europe if if the basic resources are not used? Not a single country in the world gives up its own resources. European Union says we will not give money for thermal power plants, and Germans are now reopening their thermal power plants because they understood they cannot do otherwise. So why I'm saying this in the macroeconomic sense, I'm saying this for the reason that even the economies of all the Western Balkan countries, I mean, you dear colleagues, you have the examples and success story, but we cannot be successful unless we look at the macroeconomic sense for this region, which, I mean, we are speaking the same language, we have the same mindset, we have the same way of thinking. So each one of us is, I mean, more or less successful, but realistically, without the support of our governments, people who lead us, we cannot make a serious step forward. I remember when I was a student traveling from Pristina to Trieste via railway to buy jeans there. We have the railways that exist, you know, somewhere there, and which are practically out of function. Or if they are functioning, they run at a speed of 30 kilometers per hour. In whose interest is this? For me, there is interest to have the exit to Porto Bar. I do not have it because it is 16 times cheaper for me to transport it by train rather than by truck. If my transport is 16 times cheaper, which means I can develop a product which costs 3 million euros on a wagon. There is no chance of me selling TVs or chips or whatever. I think that we need to sit down all together and to make a pressure on our leaders. We are such a small economies, and the only way, if we get together with joint projects where there are conditions to make our activities together, we as a Western Balkans, we are not linked also with any proper airports. If you want to go to Skopje, from Skopje to Sarajevo by plane, there is no plane. If you want to go from Pristina to Podgorica also. When I was working in the EU, I was coordinating some activities. We had a tender for an air company. Whoever wishes to establish communication amongst ourselves, not a single company came, so there was no lobbying at all. So what I want to say is, in the meantime, I witnessed that we, during the summertime, we wait for 2 hours, 3 hours at BCPs to enter, for instance, Montenegro, due to customs operations. The integrated border management was invented, and integrated customs points where there is digitized point where you register the number plate, one enters, the other one exits. But I would like to say individually we can do whatever we like, and we can be more or less rich. I think that this conference should send a message to the people in the politics. I am successful in what I'm doing, just as my colleagues here are, but we need to go beyond, step out beyond the framework of our companies and to see a broader picture. What I said now is a reality. This is a very tangible thing. If you reduce the customs rate, I made analysis, Kosovo lost 230 million euros of customs. within the last 6 years because we lowered customs rates in order to be able to give to export to Europe. It turns out we lost this money, and now what happens? Europe says to us, apply for the pre-accession funds in order for them to give us money in order to develop our economies. Money which realistically they took from us. Took because it was paid by our people of Montenegro, Kosovo, and so on. I think the moment has come, and we need to understand this. We should send a message to politics, to people in the politics, to forget this populism, because we have had nothing out of this populism but wars, and realistically people from the economy do not have this problem. Thank God we are there. I was on both sides, and I returned to this side where I have always been for one reason. In the economy, 2 and 2 is 4, and in politics it can be 5 or 6, or no matter how you agree. And in fact we know this is not the case. I might have exceeded my time, but thank you very much.
No, that's okay. You gave us a new take on the panel and on regional cooperation, and some messages that we as business community have been highlighting for a while already, namely that regional cooperation is smooth when it comes to business, but then there's need for some preconditions that are not there in terms of connectivity, flights, rail transport, and other regions are taking over, and that is causing slower progress in the region. So we need to understand that we are closely linked, and we should be relying on each other. Under the Berlin process, there's an intention to intensify the process and restore regional cooperation and utilize all that it provides. And there's significant funding allocated for that cooperation and infrastructure development. We have all presented our observations, and now I'd like to ask the floor for any questions they may have for the panelists. Novak Svrkota, crypto broker. My question is for Mr. Abrashi. You identified the problem, but how should business organize itself? How should it lobby? We know how that works in the EU or the US, but here that lobbying relies on personal connections. There's no organized lobbying to secure adequate development conditions for our businesses. That's a great question. Thank you. What we are doing here is lobbying. I saw similar panels, and I saw ministers and prime ministers sit in panels, and representatives of major institutions that make the decisions. The only way is for the taxpayers, for the colleagues here, to put pressure in their respective countries. Usually that's done via chambers of economy. Put pressure to effectuate this change. Yesterday we heard someone mention the huge donation from Japan that would be allocated to the town of Plevna. I'm not focusing on the town specifically, but I would like to say that I have two sons. One studied at LSE and King's, and he has no bias, no prejudice, and he is interested in development. And I think we should be using this event and similar events in Bosnia and Serbia, where a business sector asks and pushes the politicians to change and shows that populism is over. I think you are overly optimistic. Here's an example from Serbia. I am chair of the organization that gathers 62 major business people who have a 30% share of the economy, and no one's talking to us. Not this government, not the previous one. And yesterday, the colleague from Montenegro put it well. They see us as competition. They do not like strong domestic economy, business. Because if you have that, then they have no control over you. Who can instruct my employees who to vote for? I don't even discuss that with them. I tell them, vote whoever you prefer. Look at what they say in the media and then decide. Have a look around. Think about it. We don't have any communication with them. So they don't come. No one's visited our club for the past 6 years. And you say, let's lobby. Politicians nowadays are the biggest tycoons. They tend to call us tycoons, but it's all about corruption. The three of us here would agree easily. There would be no problems. If it can be done, if it's in the common interest. We've been discussing the Belgrade-Bar railway for 25 years. And now we cannot export grain via Danube River. And we should have the opportunity to transport via rail and get it exported from the port of Bar, and also bring back other goods from Bar, and then also the LNG terminal. If we had that, we would have a completely different situation now. So I think we should keep trying. I'm a bit older. I feel fatigued. I have been fighting with all the governments in Serbia, starting from the one that I supported to power in 2000. So it's not worth it. It doesn't work. There are new and hungry politicians coming in every time round. They want to use their 3 or 4 years in office. And that's why we need the EU to put the institutions in order. So then we cut corruption, we reduce corruption. What we have in place now in terms of corruption is disastrous. And I should really stop now.
Imamo, da kažem, različite razmišljanja.
Thank you very much. We have different thoughts, but we have to send the message to say no to populism, to say yes to some new thinking. and ideas when it comes to region. We have one more question from the audience. I agree with Mr. Abrashi and with Mr. Zoran. Both are right. The problem here, Mr. Abrashi mentioned the port of Bar with the capacity up to 10 million, even more, overloading a year. These were the ambitions from the former Yugoslavia, and we remain to the overloading of about 2 million, and all possibilities exist to be one of the most developed ports in this part of the Mediterranean. If you look at the mining wealth or mineral wealth in Kosovo, it's huge. And when you take a look at the distance from Kosovo to the port of Bar, then it will be natural for the port of Bar to be a natural port for the goods in both directions. Kosovo to Kosovo, we have a railway linking Kraljevo, Pristina, which is not functional, Kraljevo Bar as well. The crisis also, and which is quite good, somebody will hear this. This crisis, which was created by the Russian aggression to Ukraine, created the possibility for the port of Bar to be active again for new goods and possibility for circulation of goods towards Serbia. But we are not ready to accept all these goods and to use railway because of the speeds, first of all, and also we need the cheapest transfer, which is by railway. We can only use our railway for the very limited quantity of goods. Everything else should be loaded on board trucks, and which is very expensive because of the roads and the tolls, and this goes then is transferred to the prices for consumers, and then we're paying it from our pockets because you need to collect money for this. So yes, we need to be optimistic, of course. We need to believe that even governments will change and that they will hear our views, because if we can agree very quickly on these things, I don't know how many companies I've been working with, and I never met any of them. We have internet communication, we do the service and they pay for it, and this is all. If we were to ask ourselves, each other, then the flow of goods and everything would be easier, and the economies of these countries will be completely different. So again, the point is, we have to believe. We have resources of our own. We have young people around. Let's involve them in, not to leave these countries, because here in the area of the Western Balkans, this is the nicest area to live, but we need to give power and reason to stay, and politicians should be guided to hear the voice of the economy and the business sector. Thank you very much. Since this was a rather a remark rather than a question, thank you very much. We have some 10 to 15 minutes to the end of the panel. I prepared a whole set of questions, but it is very hard to go through all those. What I would like to ask each one of you is finally to, up to 3 minutes due to the time that we have, from your presentations, the joint message is that every crisis is a new opportunity, and I believe that this is also a word for this crisis. So I would like to ask you generally what your views are on the future economic movements in the midterm and long term, how long it will take us for these prices, energy prices, to go back, whether in this crisis this is enough to listen only the market, or do we also have to look for the assistance of the state, whether this state support is only the support in the sense of building infrastructure project, or some support for the most vulnerable sectors without populist measures, short-term measures. What is your view of these segments? Perhaps through this question I've encroached a bit broadly, but I would like to hear your views on this. Okay, so let's start from you. Judging by all this information that we get on a daily basis, and what we said at this panel also, this is not a crisis that will end soon, and certainly it's not going to be painless. For this reason, it's important to, as soon as possible, to establish this synergy effect in between businesses who should support each other, those who are feeling better to help the others, and on the other hand, there has to be also synergy effect between the states. Academia should get involved, and chambers of economy, the associations having in mind to contribute to the development of the economies. For this reason that I have come to mention, or that colleagues have mentioned before, lobbying and influencing certain groups which might help resolving the situation. As for the expectations, the European Central Bank, for the third time in a row, raised the reference interest rates, which was expected, and my view is that this process has started very late, but what is important from yesterday's meeting is that they announced further increase, several more rounds of increase. If we know that this meeting is held every 6 weeks, we can calculate that for certain 1 year and a half there will be quite turbulent times for us. Thank you very much. Let me just clarify the following. This crisis shows that new energy sources need to be invested in. The market sends such signals. So whether all these solar plants will be cost efficient in the future, having in mind that these reference interest rates move this way, that the capital will be dearer and dearer, we have to be cautious about our needs and abilities to pay, how much we'll be able to cope with this once the crisis passes and when all countries become less energy dependent. Well, I'll tell you directly the answer to this question. When we created the plan for 3 megawatt solar panels at the beginning of this year, then the calculation was that the investment will return in 4 years and 6 months. Since this year in Serbia, for the economy, we had the increase on the electricity price almost 98%. It turns out now that this will be returned in 4 years, 3 months. So now you have a 10% interest rate, and it's not really, it's less than that. It is really efficient, cost efficient. So Solari, I don't know, in every wherever you operate, depending on the price of the electricity, but we expect that for the economy in Serbia, the price will go up as of the new year, because this has already been agreed almost. Unfortunately, the economy pays, unfortunately, what the citizens do not pay. You raise it to 100% of citizens and 9.2 only to citizens. Well, are we then using some different electricity? Well, yes, of course, we need to. We do not have to have such a big difference, you know. And another thing I would like to mention here, we need to get used to, I mean, we have come to an end with the cheap energy. There is no more cheap energy, and there is no more cheap food. And I think the only good that from this war of Ukraine can come is for some values to be put. Can you imagine this telephone, 3 tons of oil? Is it normal? Or 7 tons of wheat? I mean, you need 1 year. I mean, the whole family. 2 hectares, or members of a household, 10 hectares. So they can buy only 2 smartphones. This is not logical. This is not normal. Secondly, every year in the world we lose millions of hectares because of the climate change. And the number of people in the world grows. So you should now move to food sector. I'm telling you, organic food. Here in Montenegro, you can do that. In Serbia also. Serbia waters 1.7% of its land. I've been telling this for 25 years now. So I'm spending about, speaking about 1.2 billion of investment to come to 2%. And also something about the renewables. Serbia nowadays, out of those 5 million hectares, doesn't cultivate 700,000 hectares with 200,000 hectares. This is the equivalent of 4.5 to 5 million tons of oil, crude oil, produced in order to produce this plant you're thinking about. This is the 5 months of electricity supply free of charge. Besides this, the agricultural producers receive their money, and also the state earns 2 billion. So this is my proportion. It is quite true. So much from me. Thank you. Mr. Visa? It is true that the energy will never be charged the price they were last year. But besides the renewables, because we all strive for renewables, there are several projects, 200, 300 megawatts and so on. Somebody should think how to balance all this, because this is not possible. It was not possible in Germany or in Czech Republic when they Czech Republic planned 8,000 megawatts of solar panels. This is not possible, even for Czech Republic, which is a lot larger economy, even a lot larger than the entire Western Balkans put together. So this needs to be really thought about very seriously. Is this possible or not? But also we need to talk about the energy efficiency here. Everybody in the economies, state institutions need to think how to use better the energy that they have at their disposal. In the previous system, when you had the heating, if it's 26 degrees, you open the windows, and nobody thought about efficiency. Now, these days, we all have to be efficient when new buildings are built. And as for the dollars and euros, dollars is there where it is because of the crisis, and dollar is the most stable and the most secure currency. We all know what happens with Russia, with China, the possibilities of paying energy with some alternative currencies, but still petrodollar is a petrodollar. How long this is going to last for, I don't know. Americans have the possibility to print dollars how they like, but Europe cannot do it for many reasons. So is dollar a positive for American economy? Yes, because it does not produce goods, but it exports services. For them, this is different. How in Germany they will look at where everything is production, not services. And the last question, how long this is going to last, I don't know. According to me, the entire last year will be the crisis year, and I hope that at least in the first half of 2024 we will be able to go back to some semi-normality, depending how this war in Ukraine is going to last. Everybody thought this would last for 3 months and 6 months, 9 months, and now, looking at the situation as it is, I think that this is not going to be something of short duration.
Mr. Vasilis?
And my colleague here made, I would say that an old saying which says, make me a magician to make you rich. So, if I was a magician, I could predict when this crisis would end, but I don't think anybody can predict that right now. So I think we have to look at it, short-term, mid-term, and long-term. Short-term, we have to increase efficiency, of course, through various government initiatives or individual initiatives to make sure that we're more efficient in what we consume in terms of electricity in our houses. At the same time, governments will have to subsidize because people will have to go through the winters, and the winters might be hard, so more electricity or oil or other energy products will be needed for the people to keep them warm, for the schools, hospitals, and everything else. So government will need to help there short term. Mid-term, we should all start looking into new ways of sourcing and producing energy. So the governments have to think of measures, initiatives to incentivize in a much faster way through even amending legislations to incentivize in a much faster way the investment into renewables and also to the electrical vehicle industry and charging and everything else. Long term, I think long-term is a one-way street. Long-term is renewables. The more we switch to renewables, the more we reduce the energy costs, the more we reduce the production costs, the more inflation will go down, the more people will be able to access and spend and enjoy the goods and the services wherever they are. So I think this is what we need to do. And it's not new. I think this is what everybody's thinking of, and we just need to find a way to implement it.
Thank you. Gospodine Abraši.
Mr. Abraši, your vision of the future? Two things. There's a Chinese proverb. If you want to help someone, there are two options. Feed them fish or give them a fishing rod so they can learn how to catch fish themselves. I think expecting someone, the EU, the US, or anyone else, to solve our problems, I think that's the wrong approach. We should not be instructing new generations to think like that. We need to deal with the problem ourselves. In the energy sector, solar panels are the future, but it's a slow-paced process. It's complicated, but we have to start down that path because we need to have a certain high share of energy from renewables. Our region currently needs 5,000 megawatts to prevent problems in the coming 15 years. So there's potential in Plevna, in Obilic, in Kolubara, thermal power plants, and only through joint projects.
Thank you very much. Since we have come to an end of this panel, I'm not going to ask additional questions. I'll mention what somehow permeated through all the panels. And the first one also related to Europe and Western Balkans. And during this panel, we all need to turn to ourselves and to mutual cooperation in the region. It is very hard that the external factors, big partners from the European Union, will develop us unless we develop ourselves first and give our contribution to our countries and our region. I will thank you all the panelists, and I hope we were quite interesting during this panel to hear Professor Sasha Popovic and conclusions of this conference, which he was carefully followed to sublime everything in the next 10 minutes.
Poštovana gospodo, dobio sam posebnu čast da čuvam ključe.
It is a particular privilege to hold the keys to this conference. The Chamber of Economy of Montenegro organized the 11th conference, talks about the future. The conference took place at Splendid Hotel in Bečići, 26 to 28 October 2022. The aim of the event was seeking solutions to the problems faced by the Western Balkan business community in the form of expert exchange and exchange of experience, to the benefit of regional cooperation and strengthening of national economies. The conference was opened by Dr. Drakic, President of Montenegrin Chamber, and Mr. Andras Schall, Head of Global Operations at OECD. More than 40 panelists, including representatives of international organizations, university teachers, renowned business people, and others, presented their views to more than 400 participants from a number of countries. In addition to panel discussions, there were business meetings, side events, opening avenues for further cooperation. The topic was elaborated within 6 panels: migration, youth unemployment, recommendations for decision makers, Western Balkans and Europe in 2023, the role of diaspora in economic development, EU initiatives and synergies for smart and green future, mismatch between education and labor market, and digital transformation of business models. In addition to the panel discussions, the conference was contributed by the showcase interview with the young entrepreneur from Bosnia and Herzegovina, Mr. Kerim Hadžić, and the signing of the Memorandum on Cooperation between the Chamber of Economy of Montenegro and Union of Young Entrepreneurs. Here is the brief summary of the discussions and conclusions that could provide some guidelines to the business community and the society at large. Europe has declared 2022 as the Year of the Youth. During day one of the conference, the discussion centered around youth, the new generation, and that was the Day of Youth. Western Balkans are seeing a considerable increase in diaspora. 1/5 of the population of the region live abroad. Migration has grown by 2.5 times in recent years, but we have to see that labor as well as capital moves towards areas and markets that provide higher yield. Therefore, the governments need to design systems that do not treat youth as a resource, untapped resource, but as capital, as economic good that produces new value. The general conclusion is that young people do not see prospects staying in their countries, and young people do not have a sight problem. The ones who are in charge of providing prospects have a sight problem. Diaspora means geographic dispersion of the population, but we tend to see it more like that than as seeds for new value. Diaspora has its own country of origin, and we should give them the sky for them to plant the seeds that will give fruit. Diaspora has experience and capital that can strengthen local businesses. Remittances make up 10% of the GDPs of our respective countries. Remittances can be seen as emotionally generated cash flows, but investment needs to be based on the economic interest of both diaspora and the economy of the given country. This means legal certainty, transparency, and protection of mutual interests. Integration of the Western Balkans is a need, but it's not the sufficient precondition for their prosperity. In addition, we need incentivizing policy that stimulates sustainable growth and development. Foreign investments should not be the only source of growth. We need domestic investment, and that calls for thorough structural reforms. Entrepreneurial efforts are situated in the space between idea and implementation. We therefore need more support provided to startup companies. In implementing the vision of Europe as the first climate-neutral continent, we need synergy between Western Balkans and the EU. Designing new guidelines for smart and green and sustainable future will enable new innovative solutions and better absorption capacity of the ones that these solutions are targeting. Green growth must rely on new sustainable models that rely on sustainable renewable sources. As we advocate for new models, modern economies are trying to find a formula for a balance between energy supply, stable energy prices, and climate neutrality. In conclusion, at this point in time, our future is in schools. The recommendation is clear-cut. If we want good future, we should make sure that we have good schools. We need to start developing skills now to help us envisage the skills that will be in demand tomorrow. That will increase the yield on education. Digital transformation is a matter of consistency and persistency of some companies. digital transformation leads to better business efficiency and better business practices. But if companies do not digitalize, then others will arrive who have already digitalized. Archimedes asked for a lever to dislocate the earth. Now that lever is replaced by digital processes. Entrepreneurs say, give us data and we will transform, overhaul business. We need digital government. We should be 3 clicks away from doing anything. But digital happiness lasts to the extent of we have power supply. There's another crisis that followed up the COVID crisis, and that is politicians, it's reflected in the politicians not implementing the smooth cooperation that we see among business people. At the beginning of the conference, Mr. Schall wanted to emphasize the power of talent and work, and he decided to play some notes played by Miloš Karadaglić, the guitarist. I had the same intention, and I therefore wanted to show an image instead of my final remarks. The red dots show the users of the software for calibration of gamma radiation device. The software was designed by a Montenegrin citizen. I will not share his name, but he addressed this in his final years as a student, living in a student residence. I remember the situation when this image included only a few dots, and now you see the whole planet is covered. Here are just some of the clients using this software: NASA, Rolls-Royce, Los Alamos National Laboratory, top nuclear laboratory in the world established under the Manhattan Project after World War II, Lawrence Live Nation Laboratory, Lockheed Martin, world's biggest manufacturer of airplanes, European Commission Joint Research Center, National Institute for Standardization and Technology, US Foods and Drugs Administration, and a long list of clients worldwide. So this is a picture of an entrepreneurial feat, but also of the potential. I am pleased to declare the conference closed, and I would like to ask you to stay aware for the future.